Let's see if that works. I think it froze for a second. Weird. Weird, but seems to be working. So I'm just going to I'm going to kind of roll with it. YouTube, do your thing as normal. Thank you very much for checking, Balthazar. I appreciate you. Good morning to JB. Hello, hello, Xanatos. Hello, Tiny Savosky. Hello. The wig is getting long. The wig is indeed. I had to replace it each day. It's getting problematic. Hello, Lukewarm. How are you? Have I missed anyone? Hello, Warner. Hello, was it? Hello, Shania Hawk. Lovely to see you all. I hope that you are doing well this fine Sunday. Hello, Brian the Snail. Hello, Luke. Hello, Token Medic. Hello, Divine Fox. I'm glad that you enjoy the Kronos Wants You for the, you know, the cronies. It just felt right, you know. It felt right, you know. Channel some of that Kitchener energy. He had an excellent mustache. So, hello, Xantos. Hello, Nova. Oh, okay. Tiny Dosky was saying hi to G, not to me. Okay, makes sense. Thank you for all the kind good mornings, all the hellos, everyone. You were just playing server showing offline. If it is offline, I can always get it dealt with. Not a problem. Hello, Verbita. Hello, Lanther and Ladiel. Hello, Programmers Port. Lovely to see all of you, as always. Good day, Matt. Matt, awake this early? Oh, no, it is after midday. I apologize, Matt. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to slander you in that way. It is after midday. You're awake at a normal time. We are indeed playing Dunk. Yes, Dunk Demuji. Yes. Hello, Baby Doll Bites. Matt, is it really rude if it's true, though? Hello, Lilithian. How are you? How are all of you doing today? It's great to see so many of you. I don't normally go live on a Sunday, so it'll be nice to see some kind of different faces. You've been lying in bed all morning because you've been dying of hay fever. What is pollinating at this time of year, Matt? Right, we're going to get immediately started with the mission. As many of you know, there are 35 missions today available. They were given to all of us as part of the recollections, and they're all double XP, so amazing. Hello, Sumarita. How are you doing? Hello over on YouTube. Nature is mating with our face. That's often how it appears. When you've got hay fever, it's basically nature versus sinuses for like 6 months of the year, and outside becomes a PvP-enabled zone. Where nature takes on another player, because all the plants are trying to reproduce, and all you want them to do is just stop banging in public so that you can breathe. It's that simple. That's what you're doing. You love weekend stream. You love the Sunday stream. Oh, I'm glad. Well, I don't currently do a lot of weekend. Like, I do the 4 days a week that I can do, because obviously around the stream I also have my grandma. I've got, you know, home life. I've got Thor's, you know, work to do. I've got sponsorships to keep an eye on. I've got the community to keep an eye on. I've got my own mental health and physical health to look after. Although that last one, obviously not a priority. You're completely differently faced, Caraday. Oh no, have you turned around? Oh no, I'm sorry. So I normally only do the 4 days a week where I kind of can, but I will, where I have capacity to, hopefully I can start doing some more weekend ones and kind of like off hours ones, because I like to see different people and hang out. After you hit 30, your hay fever can be disappeared. Oh no, you lost it. Oh no, maybe it went. Maybe that hay fever's in your knees now. Hello, Krasmedic. Indeed, well, I wouldn't call myself a wild chrono, so maybe like partially domesticated. I'm litter trained. Well, I've got that going for me, which helps. Yeah, semi-feral. Domesticated by Bailey, fair. Well trained. Oh, thank you, Wig. I appreciate you. Appreciate the lurk. There must be a way. Nellis, is there a way I can create a clip command easily? Because if I can just do an exclamation mark clip, you guys can just clip things. You fancy sending that across and I'll do it live? I'll set it up live on air so that you guys can clip stuff more easily. How about that? It's probably going to need like a @to user as well, so that it correctly registers who's who actually made the clip and who doesn't. Was an integrated clip command. Does it? I probably need to set that up then. This way. Thank you, Nellis. I appreciate you. Look at this delegation on a Sunday. Wow. Like I don't even know myself. This mission is kind of made slightly easier by the fact that I'm British and therefore I have a natural +10 to looting cultural artifacts. Still got far enough away. Haha. Put them in museums? Yeah, that's what I had to do, but they had to go via the drop point first, you know, just kind of put them in here. And then that's sending them to the museum, right? Deliver the artifacts to the museum. Yes. Ugh. That was a little bit more skidding than I expected at the end there. Right, that's... also, big shout out to everybody who was chilling in Discord the other day while I was replastering my wall behind me and then respraying it with paint. The fact that you can't see a blodge just here is a good sign. Although, I think behind me needs a little bit more light, so bear with me a second. That button. No, that's the, this. Do I picture it before patching? No. I don't believe I have a picture of it pre-patching, no. Time to sell 300 Mark IV rad suits again then? Oh no. Like when I dropped the paste on the floor, that was... I did forget that gravity worked that way, yeah. Turning the spatula that's covered in plaster or polyfiller upside... Yeah, it was never going to work, was it? You thought the plaster was over my left shoulder unless I flipped the camera. Oh, you're getting messed with. Was Discord messing with you? Was I messing with you? Who knows? That does raise a very good question. How many of you know that when you're looking at your picture in Discord, it just flips it for you and not for anyone else? Which is just odd. Very odd. Why in a private server? Yes, Fainted Goat. So we currently run 15 private servers in a private world. That private world is provided by Nitrado for myself, Annie Fuchsia's community, Jojoy's community, Winky, what was I going to say? What's their name? No, their name always escapes me. We've got Christopher Yee was here. We've got Winky's community. We've got Vicky, Mr. Greggles. There's a bunch of people. So there's a bunch of people on our servers. Nitrado provide those and monitor and maintain those for us. We've been working quite closely with Nitrado and Funcom for our servers because we've basically got one of the most active and developed and broadly unified private server experiences of the people in the game who aren't on official servers. And they quite like what they've seen in terms of the community output. So we're talking about how we can encourage that kind of thing more and what the future of community servers looks like. So I had a call with the devs last week, which was very, very good. It flips only for you. Yeah, you can't turn it off in Discord, but it does only flip it for you. So when you're looking in Discord and you're looking at your image, it's just flipped for you only. How's the PvP side? So this Chapter 3 update, Fainted Goat, was really focused on PvE because PvE is for everybody, whereas PvP is only for a smaller subset of the player base. So this update wasn't about PvP. If you're looking for PvP changes, wait until Chapter 4, which is coming out in a couple of months' time. They've said that that's what they're focusing on after they've done the PvE improvements. But yeah, Chapter 3 was about PvE, dialing that in, balancing it, and they've done a really, really good job of it. So now that they've got PvE sorted, they can really look to focus on the PvP side of things. Because you can't have one without the other. And ultimately, you know, in Dune, you can't have the PvP side without the PvE element also being good. Right, Luther will be back later on, so I can ask Luther to make a bunch of things. We've got Landsrad. Very close to a second Sisselrad in a number of areas. We'll get a Kaz today. What have we got? I mean, going. These are all crafting missions. Ugh, horrifying. We could actually do some crafting missions though. There's nothing wrong with it. With the double XP weekend, like, kind of what I mean. We could just push our combat really heavily. We could push our exploration really heavily. One of the things I really want to do is do exploration to level 40 because hidden caches increases amount of loot in loot containers. That's just more loot. Who wouldn't want more loot? Every time you loot more loot, great. Of course, the nice thing is that all the PvPers that have quit, if they wait to Chapter 4 to come back, they'll have to grind all special well, Prasmatic, that would be really awful if the kind of toxic PvPers had to grind gear in order to be able to compete with the PvEers who've been enjoying it the whole time. I don't actually know if that's a bad thing, but I do kind of agree with you, Prasmatic. Yeah, level 40 increases amount of loot in loot, and that's just whenever you loot, more loot. Amazing. So that's the goal. This is the goal for today. Hidden caches. After that, we can do other stuff. So that is an exploration one. That's an exploration one. Oh. We've got Blushing. So we're going to do Rift Recon run. Then we're going to do we'll do 3 missions in the Blushing Caverns, as we normally do. And then we'll go and do more of the exploration ones. But first, we get to do a lovely flight mission, which I love. And some of you might also have seen that there was a dev update that was posted last week, which talks about a whole new area they're introducing in 3.10, which I'm looking forward to. Why is my Ornithopter never in my recovery tool? Why do I always leave it on the roof? I couldn't tell you that. You're solos, you'll do crafting first? Well, that makes perfect sense. Yeah. Ultimately, the reason I really like the specialization tree is that nobody can tell you this one route is better for you than any other route, because it all depends on what it is that you specifically enjoy about the game. I really enjoy the combat in the game. I do enjoy, you know, I enjoy the melee side of it very much. But for me, the real joy is the hoarding, the looting, the exploration for the resources. So for me, a balanced tree between combat and exploration just makes sense. More damage and also more backpack volume means I can just do more and run more. It's just good. It's just perfect for what I wanted. So for me, that works really well. But for someone else, like Sabu, for example, Sabu's a range character. Sabu does an awful lot of dungeon running and is very, very fast and is very, very good at range combat. So Sabu's got a completely different build than I do and has actually put more points in things like sabotage, because that way he's able to do more headshot damage when he's up close with, say, an SMG. And that's not wrong, that's just right for his build and the way he likes to play. That's what I like about the specialization system. I like that it's taken the skills where, I'll be honest with you, the skill system used to be that there were a couple of skills that were like kind of must-haves. Even now, there are still skills that are must-haves, but the specializations mean there's more variety between characters than there has been in the past. Which I quite like. Ooh, that was weird. Good morning from America. Things on Arrakis are very good, thank you, Stellan. How are you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. Welcome on in. Do I want creative kit because we've all time to post on the Discord channel? Yes, Nellis. We'll go with that for now. Why not? That would be useful. Do we get Rift Recon run next? No, so I bought the Taiki. We've got everything we need for the Taiki and for the Boston cabins. Thank you, Nellis. Mine isn't a backup because I've been doing smugglers run missions a ton, so my sand bike is in there. That makes sense. I'm kind of sad there's no actual race in any of the combat or the exploration tree, but it does kind of make sense, I guess. It does make sense in the gathering ones. I'm also quite excited. It's my birthday month, so I've got that coming up. I've got it's really nice, actually. I've realized that I'm really looking forward to the end of March when I've got DreamHack, where I get to go and see Vicky, Joy, Perry, a bunch of people that I know and really kind of appreciate. I'm actually really looking forward to that. It's actually really quite nice to feel excited for it. So I'm actually really looking forward to that. It's not my birthday yet, god damn it. God damn it. And as a reminder to all, we have in fact turned off hype trains this month. So until my birthday for the subathon, I've turned off hype trains, and I would ask that anyone who would have donated subs, if you were going to give like a 5-1, please instead consider getting a tier 3 sub. Because with a tier 3 sub, we can hit the Partner Plus program sooner, and then I won't have to worry about 70-30 for this month. Because Twitch are horrifying, and 70-30 versus 50-50 is a 40% income difference. So I want to say how much I really appreciate you. Like John O'Clock, thank you very much for just before the stream switching over to a tier 3 sub by the looks of things. Marmidaholic, thank you very much for the new tier 3 sub as well today. Goliath with the prime sub yesterday by the looks of things. And gifting a tier 1 sub to 404G not found. Wow, GF not found. Amazing. Thank you, John. You guys are all awesome. I really do appreciate that support. I do think that Twitch should do something about the Partner Plus program and how it because theoretically you can block somebody from accessing the Partner Plus program by gifting subs to gifting tier 3 subs to their top supporters, and you can actually cut someone off from reaching the the Partner Plus program. And I don't know if people realize that you can actually weaponize that. It'll be a weird thing to do, but like that is actually something you could do for someone, which is really odd. With a number of people asking me, but we really may have set up Treat Stream. I have logged into Treat Stream once. It's just a real pain to set it up by the looks of things, because you have to add in every single different order individually as a separate item. So like if you wanted to, you know, get one specific pizza, you have to set up a whole order and then save it and then start from fresh again for the next order, like, you know. So every single food item is actually quite a bit to set up. Stream, I think, is a service that allows you to basically buy food for your streamer, and it basically does the ordering for you. $7,777 for some water. Let me switch my mouse profiles over because I keep on forgetting to do that. Link applications to this profile. Try this. I might have to relaunch it for that to work. Do I have settings for this? Options. Sometimes I realize that I got a mouse that's probably even there's too like if I go into the expert settings, it's slightly too complicated for me. Yeah. What's the pump count? We have actually beaten our pump count goal, John. We did get all of the pumps that we needed thanks to a couple of good community donations and a couple of trades. So we're actually doing very, very well on pumps. I believe one of the tasks we will be doing in future will be harvesting flower sand, but we don't need to do that right now. Today is all about the missions to start with. Afraid. My heavy weapon is better than his heavy weapon. Although his has more of a lingering effect. Come on. I'm trying to time the sniper shot for when he's actually going to shoot. Because the travel time means the shield comes back up, so I need to release it before he shoots. But I don't actually know if I can. I don't need to kill him, but it's just good to know if you can use a sniper, if you can actually take a sniper out with a, Come on. There you go. You do it with a las gun, but I think the rocket launcher is too slow on the travel time. You missed time to lock on the launcher. I completely agree with Xanatos. It's something that I raised the devs a little while back because actually I think it means that the missile launcher no longer feels good. Particularly things like Ancient Way and stuff. Like, people aren't using it because that lock on time sucks, especially in a dungeon, especially if, you know, you've got any lag, and especially for a weapon that's meant to be, like, it takes a lot to make it. Like, it's the same amount to make the las gun, which is incredibly powerful. The Ancient Way can't compare. In terms of balance, if you're balancing the heavy weapons, like a missile launcher just doesn't compare at all in the slightest to a las gun. It just doesn't. Me on a Sunday? Hello, Sindri. Oh, Sindri, I didn't actually know that you were working on one of Greg's things. That's cool. I absolutely love Greg and Nos. I've got so much time for them. They invented a system with unique augments, like make an augment for missile launch doesn't require a lockout but has negatives. The issue is that, like, why it shouldn't have negatives. I'm gonna be real with you. The missile launcher being dummy fired doesn't make sense to remove, because if you think about what dummy firing a missile launcher is, it's removing thinking machines. Like, having to lock on means that you need a thinking machine to do the job, which you don't want to do. Extra weekend chronos is a treat. Well, there's the Dune event on. I wasn't really doing much, and I figured, like, I've got 35 missions to run in Dune anyway. I might as well share them with you guys, right? I did not know that, Sindri. That is very cool. Sneaky, sneaky. I don't intend to bother asking people what they do most of the time. I think it's... I had a discussion with this a little while ago. Like, somebody said... I was out with friends a couple of weeks ago, so as many of you know, I was out for a friend's birthday in London. And a lot of like people who are meeting for the first time are like, oh, what do you do as a job? And it's like, that is, if you know what I do as a job, you don't really know that much about someone. I'm going to be real with you. Like, you don't learn a lot about someone by knowing what they do day to day for a job as much as you do what do you do outside of work for fun. Like, what do you think that, you know, what do you do to relax? Like, that kind of thing are far, I think, better questions when you meet someone. Ow, I wasn't quick enough. Did I do... Did I hit rep 20? Oh no, you're saying Krasmedic, not me. Okay. Back in a way, last much money, mate. I don't know if it is. I just think it's like, I genuinely think it's that some people don't have a huge amount in their lives more than their job, particularly when you're in like your 20s, when you're told, you know, as you're growing up, oh yeah, you know, this is really important, that's really important. I think that as you get into your early 30s, people start to realize that actually there's more to life than work, generally. I think there's a big generalization I'm using, remember. But I think that's actually is more of what it is. It's actually like some people don't have a huge amount in their life that they feel proud about other than their job. It was you being lazy and tab completing. I haven't got level 20 yet. I think I'm level 19. Yeah, I'm level 19. So I haven't got rep 20, but I did get the rep 20 quest. Well, I got a quest. I've got to talk to, yeah, Beast Raban in Harko Village. So I do have that quest, yes. Let's not do that yet. Exploration. Race against time we'll take. That's a good race one. And we'll also take Taiki. And we will take Wreck of the Taiki. So we'll go to the Taiki next and do some combat. Catch you later, Lamina. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for catching the stream. You're a map reading secretary helping hand on a septic truck. Wow. Wild. No, I think it's an easy thing to... Like, I was having this conversation with a couple of friends who... Because when we all went to the same... we call them college in the UK. It's where you go from 16 to 18. I think in America they call them high... That's part of high school. But... There's always a real push into, or there was a real push back when I was in college, which is a good few years ago now, where it was expected that you went off to university. It was expected that you did this, you did that, you got into a certain job in certain fields, you went down a certain path, you were aiming for this, that, and other salary. You know, when you left a job, you were aiming for larger salaries. But it was never about what you actually wanted to do. It was just the expectation was there that you went off to university and that you did these things and that was what everyone did, so you just do it. But actually, like, I don't think that... I know plenty of people who didn't go off to university who are much happier and probably like further into their careers, into their specialist fields, than they would be had they continued structured education. I think that it's very easy to fall into that trap of, oh, this is what everyone's doing, this is what's expected of me, and then to realize that, oh yeah, I'm actually not happy doing what everyone's expecting of me because this is shit.
Shield on. Your water is mine.
I think I'm genuinely getting to the stage where I've got so much stamina that I need a way to regain stamina. like faster. I think I might actually need faster stamina regen than I'm getting. Like health regen I no longer need, but stamina regen I actually am needing quite a lot. Same in the States, you did mid-career in 26 and you love your job now. I think that's great. I know a few people who have done like kind of big career changes into their like mid-20s, early 30s, and they've really benefited from it. I just think it's really interesting to see who does and doesn't thrive in certain environments over time. 2 degrees, student, nurse, student debt, got an apprenticeship, got a higher salary, no student debt. Ultimately, that's the way it is. I don't think that there are right or wrong paths and stuff. But I think that for things like nursing and for things like, you know, geez, certain roles, like, I don't necessarily know that a degree education is right. I think that actually you can often learn a lot more hands-on from people who have been doing that job for decades than sitting in a classroom learning about some of the theory behind it. I think there should be a mix there. I think that actually the practical skills are really important. One of the things that I've noticed across the years, having had medical issues, is that generally I find that junior doctors' bedside manner is really, really bad. And often I think that that's something that you can't learn bedside manner in a classroom, I don't think, in the same way. I think that's one of those things that people tend to learn with experience and over time. Whereas a lot of nurses, because nursing requires a lot more, in the UK anyway, it has a lot more like kind of a hands-on learning. It seems to me that the nurses get better social skills and like better soft skills with their patients. It's just very interesting. Everywhere's very different, of course. That's just my experience, but it is an interesting one. Structured education wasn't a good fit for you. I think that's true of quite a few people. Yeah, that's personally not a big fan of structured education. It was never that good for me. Most of my best learning was done independently. When does the new route end game spelling start? I lost my character and start anew. Bekador, it broadly starts once you've got your faction rank to 5 and you've finished most of the base game main storyline. Have you all got shields? Jeez. Bit rude of them. What have we got left? We've got exit the Taiki. By this point, ooh. I don't even know what I just did. They're not allowed shields. I need lasgun practice. You're right. You're right, One Brat. I know some people on our servers are already up running like level 20 missions, which is kind of wild. I just haven't. I don't know. I haven't just found the need to, or the. It's not the kind of content I find that fun is the problem, and I'm a bit worried about when I just have to run those missions like 20 times to get the level ups that I'm meant to have. It's not going to feel right. Which quest haven't I done properly? Didn't do the engineering Shigawire logs. Okay, I've done one of them fully. Haven't done this one. That was kind of unreasonable, but fine. If they're going to make me work for it, I'm going to take their loot. Mine now. Definitely got something in my eye as well. It's unhelpful. Oh, the ads are here, chat. I will be right back. I'm just going to go and do my stretches. You make sure you grab yourself some water. Welcome back after the ads, everyone. I realized while I was standing up grabbing a drink that I was stood in a high radiation area. Hello, Mr. Beanie. It is indeed. Let me get you the info. Salty Greybush, thank you very much for that prime sub, buddy. You are very, very awesome. Thank you so much for being here. Those of you who have a prime sub, remember that by doing that, you prevent Bezos from keeping that money that you're contractually owed to. That's why you have a suit. It was already at 75% saturation. What was I doing? I was doing news. I was doing the Dune Awakening news and grabbing you the bonus weekend information. So this weekend is, they're referring to it as a boosted progression weekend. If I do this, you should be able to see it. Yes. So you basically got double output from mining, double loot from overland missions, double land drive mission XP, faction reputation gain from land drive missions doubled, and you've got double house script. They also made it so that every person has been regenerated up to the maximum number of mnemonic recollections, so that you can basically do 35 missions and get 70 missions worth of XP. So if you do nothing else, you can just do all of your missions for the weekend in a couple of hours and gain a huge amount of progression. Yes, that's definitely a thing that you can do. Yeah. We should be able to pick up Grave of the Fireflies. And then travel back to base. What's up with the Princess Sparkles outfit? That's just radiation, don't worry. In real life, Kilter Terror, that's where that's what you have to wear to deal with the radiation and all the sparkles around it, you know? It's very important, you see. It's good. It's important safety equipment. No, Mr. Bean, it's my pleasure. Thank you very much for asking. I'm happy to explain it. Maury Hunter, thank you very much for that tier 1 sub. You are awesome. Let me just update where we are at in the Partner Plus program, because you guys are awesome and already pushing us way further forward than I expected. Let's have a look. We're already 14 points of our way through. You guys are incredible. Thank you so much. 14. out of 30. You guys are amazing. Thank you. You're afraid for the calendar? Its days are numbered? Oh no, not the calendar. So we have a quest to do this for one of our combat missions, which means that what I normally do for this is I grab the mission at level 1 and I run through it in about 5 minutes flat, because I'm just trying to run through it as quickly as possible to get the clear, because the clear is the only thing that matters. That said, while I'm going through it, it's also a reasonable opportunity to check every single one of these and look for tier 6 health kits, because my crafter is rudely visiting family in a different country this weekend, and therefore I can't just snap my fingers and summon health kit mark 6s at will. Very rude in my opinion, but hey, we are where we are. Excuse me, health kit mark 6 peon. Oh, you moved around the corner at the wrong moment. Rude. Okay, so we go up here.
Shield on.
Shield on. Shield off. Ranged unit off. Now we go and find the melee guy who normally hides just here. Here we go. Kill him. Hello, Turbo Cat. My day is going well, thank you, buddy. How is yours? Have I tried the dual knives? I have tried the dual knives. The only thing I don't like about them is that when you're doing some of these higher level areas in the in these dungeons, you end up getting, or you've got larger groups, you get swarmed by enemies, and I think the sword just helps you get a couple of melee guys. That said, I do like the spinning attack in the way that it slowly burns through shields and still does more damage. The sword is kind of either you break through the shield and do damage, or you don't. The dual knife actually seems to do a lot more whittling down of an enemy. So if you're 1v1, I would use the dual knives. But I think with the way that I'm currently doing the game, the sword is just working for me. I always liked the rapier before more than the sword. But that's because the rapier before had great parry windows. Now, the parry windows are dire. It's not that fun. Have I flown the carrier to an overland map, see what happens while carrying the vehicle? It just all stays in storage. It wasn't the gun I thought I was picking up for this, but hey, it worked.
I've got you.
Well, don't show off the customizations between level 20 and 30. No, I think we're okay for now, Orange, although I did hear that you've completed level 31, which is kind of wild. How did you find the level 30 mission, Mighty Orange? That's a pretty impressive clear. For solo play, melee range hybrid with sword, that's for you. Each build is very viable. Personally, I enjoy the melee. I don't know if it's the best. I've seen range builds are very, very powerful. I think that probably a range build is more powerful than a melee build overall. But I like the feel of melee more. And this is where it comes down to what's the meta versus what do you actually enjoy. Personally, I enjoy the fact that, you know, I enjoy the melee more than I enjoy the meta. But that's the same part of me. Remember that at launch, people were telling me to use a buggy, and I was like, I could use a buggy, yes, and it would be faster than what I'm doing, but it wouldn't be as fun for me. So I think it more depends for me, what do you actually enjoy within the game as a mechanic? What do you enjoy as a system? Versus what's the best. I think that pretty much any playstyle is now viable inside of the game, depending on what you want to do. So realistically, try the things out and enjoy it. You can use a lad's gun on people, hell yeah you can. Just need to make sure they haven't got shields up. If they've got a shield up, then it won't fire off, it'll enter a cooldown because of the safety that they've imposed, which is a change they've made to the law so the game is fun, rather than it just blowing up a nuke, which wouldn't be fun for anyone. Remember, this weekend, you've got double drops in here as well. So we actually just got a grade 1 pie rocket, which is quite cool. That's the new like flame grenade launcher that you saw that boss using. Oh, I've got the escape bar bug. Yeah. The bullet sponge incidents from a single Karpov shot. Jesus. Well, Mighty Orange, if you happen to get any fun grade, like if you happen to get like a grade 5 pulse sword, let me know, because I would like to have one. A nice thing to have. Okay, so if I now do L, it should be a rift. Oh, it's a race against time. Okay, not rift recon one. Does anyone? You don't care much the rapier now? I don't think the parry windows just feel right on the rapier anymore. I think that the main thing that spoiled the rapier is the fact that it's meant to be the parrying weapon, but the parry is worse than every other melee weapon's parry. Do the best you can. You finally got your ship and windrows maxed out, so you're gonna go try beat up another boar. Nice. Nice. Right now is where you wish that I had Blurp, you could play Worm Breach sounds. That's precisely why I don't have it. But adding blurb to the stream or like Tangia or something that can do sounds or voice lines is something that is one of the subathon goals. If people want it, it's one of like the side goals we can do. I've got some stuff planned for that. Okay, Luther has said that later on, he will be creating a section in the Dune Discord server to enable the discussion of trading of etc. Like trading schematics and stuff. So for people who can do that, if you've got a grade 4 sword, I would love that. I would also take a grade 4 Halix pick, Mighty Orange, because I'll try it out. I'll try and learn it if you're willing to trade / sell one. I'll buy it off of you for Melange if you want. The only thing, Krasmedic, is that I don't know if I rely on the sound for the worm. I'm not sure what it is that I do rely on. There's just sometimes I detect the worm before it breaches, which might be I'm just picking up on the sound, or I'm picking up on like micro behaviors within the game potentially. I don't know. It's going to be specifically for schematics, that one, because that's basically the end game. When you're sitting on sand and looking away, that's when the sound will be effective. It would be true. But that's why we also rely on the uppies. So I'm wondering if it would, but I'm also wondering if you could play a blurb of Sabu or Demnar saying uppies, and if it would set me off, and I would actually trigger the uppies. That's what I'm actually wondering. Or 90 seconds you disable the sound in the game so I don't get worm sound. Is that what you're suggesting? Sometimes, I recall, yeah, sometimes it does feel like I detect a disturbance in the spice. I detect a disturbance in the spice, and then I can smell the worm on the wind or something. What it is.
You ignored me.
Oh no, it's...
Chronos uppies?
That one. You could cast silence on me. That would be an interesting one. See, if somebody should write these down somewhere in the Discord, because I certainly won't remember them. Maybe that's a subathon idea thing. Somebody put that in the subathon ideas. That's what I would say. What? Let's not do that. Forget just how fast this thing is now. Do you get any grade 3 or higher perforators? Ooh. Mighty Orange, I'd like to propose a some kind of sponsorship deal where what you do is you give me high grade blueprints, and when people say, hey, where did you get that from, I send them your way and you sell them to them. Deal? Deal? Yeah, deal? Deal. You have them learned, but you can craft them and trade them. You're trading for melange and spicy plants. We can do that. Is that legal? He's not actually selling them in real life for real life money. As long as he's not doing that, he's selling them for in-game currency, then that's fine. It does sound like a good deal, doesn't it? They'll be like, oh, Crunch, where did you get that awesome grade 4 sword from? And I'll be like, aha, go and see the trader, the Mighty Orange. Exposure, the default currency for interns. It's the only exposure that streamers can really provide. Like, you know, the only currency that streamers can provide sometimes, because streaming doesn't make you a huge amount of money. For those of you who don't know, in terms of ad revenue on Twitch, you basically make about $10 per 8-hour stream, well, maybe 6-hour stream per 100 CCV. So at 259 now, if that's the average for the stream, I'd probably make, if I was playing a normal non-mature game, that is, about $26 for the day. If you're playing a mature game, cut it in half. Dune counts as mature, so it'll probably make about $13 from ads in the stream. Let's have a look. I can tell you exactly how much the last stream for Dune made in ads. $8.71. One else. Do these. 22. Oh, that was a good day. 26. Oh, that week was good. 19. 12. There you go. So that'll tell you. That tells you broadly. Depends on what you're playing. God, it's the reality of streaming sucks sometimes. I hate looking at that screen. We're going to ignore that screen, chat, and go back to playing the game. How about on YouTube? YouTube, I don't get any ad revenue yet because I don't run ads. Because in order to run live ads on YouTube, you need to have 1,000 subscribers, and we don't yet have that. We're gaining about 5, well, between like 3 and 5 every time I stream. So, you know, if you do fancy checking out and going to subscribe over on YouTube, it's very much appreciated. It very much helps us along. At that point, YouTube could generate stuff, but YouTube currently doesn't for that exact reason. But you can super chat now on YouTube, and that makes you, that gives you the title of Glue Tuber, which is one of my favorite implementations that I've done over the past couple of months. Especially because somebody at YouTube has to approve that, which is hilarious. It had to go for approval, being like, "Oh, are you allowed to call them Glue Tubers?" Yeah. Funnily enough, they approved it. Would I like the swords? How much melange and spicy plast would you like? Sword. I can do you a... Or do you 200 melange? And 50 spicy plast? Oh, wait, no, they cost more than that to make, won't they? Let's let me know what they cost to make. Oh, that's... I'm gonna need to use... That shouldn't be in there. We can meet in A5 of the deep desert in the middle of the entrance there. I can give you the Regis components, that's not a problem, yeah. I'll need to make the Regis components, but that takes me but a moment. It's not done in there. It's done in the Advanced Survival Fabricator, if I recall correctly. Regis component that makes 10. Does batch crafting affect Regis components? I don't believe so, because it doesn't count as a consumable. But I'd have to ask Luther. If the answer is yes, then that's good to know, but I'm not convinced. Hello, the Real Blood. How are you doing, buddy? Right, let's go to Alpha 5 of the Deep Desert. Ace the Doctor, thank you very much for that 9 months resub at Tier 1. You are incredible. Thank you so much. The Dusty Land be good. Thank you for joining us in our March push for the PP program. That puts us at 15 out of 4. Wait, no. Having a moment. That puts us at 15 out of 300, not 15 out of 14. I'm deleted the wrong number in my brain. It is very, very kind of you. Thank you very much. Ace, how are you doing? How's the Real Chat doing? Real Chat is doing good. He's currently asleep in my chair in the living room. I assume by Real Chat you mean Bailey. Unless you mean the Twitch chat, in which case they're doing about as well as can be expected for Twitch chat members. I feel like I'm missing something. I wish I was a bit more consistent about where I park. What is it? What's over here? Did I park my ornithopter on the carrier pad? It wouldn't even surprise me. Yeah, I did. Dude, this isn't where I parked my car. It might have been where I parked my car. Dude, where's my car? That's like I say, Dude, Where's My Car is one of my favorite, just funny ass weird films because it has no right to get as weird as it does, but it's incredibly funny. Dude, Where's My Thopter? Sweet, dude. Hades Gamma, thank you very much. 6 months at tier 1, absolutely amazing. Thank you very much for being here, buddy. I really appreciate you. Happy starts. Well, when does spring officially start? I would probably say... I'm going to the deep desert, that's what I was doing. I know that the 20th, 21st is the equinox, so that's normally what I go to. I'm fairly sure the last day of winter is my birthday. I'm fairly sure that the last day of winter is the 20th of March. Hey Sabu, hope you're having a good day, buddy. I appreciate the lurk, dude. Ah, there's a mighty orange. Let me move my ornithopter to here so it's just out of the way of the spawn. Allah. Let me drop these. Oh, okay. I was just going to drop them. Okay. Yes. Let me give you these. Ooh. 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 Static needle. Awesome. Thank you. Alex pick. Ooh. The rest of it is in my ornithopter. I will need to drop it for you. I'll bring it over to your orny as well. Are you going to be able to carry all of this? Those look like thrusters. And, oh wait, I don't need to give... That's right, never mind. I'm carrying too much, that's why. There we go. Thank you very much. That's a great deal. Look at this. Okay, let's compare the sword. So, the grade 1 sword does 152 damage. This one does 286. Unaugmented, 280. Thank you very much, Mighty Orange. This is great. This literally lets me show off the difference. I'm going to keep using my basic one for now, but what I'm going to do is this will let me really show off the difference between the weapon tiers and quite what that progression means just when I'm running around. I'm going to give this one to Luther to redeem because he's our crafter. And we've also got a grade 5 suddenly, which is just kind of insane. I can go back to using the rapier if they do eventually fix it, which is nice. Thank you very much, Mighty Orange. Static needle. Incredible. Incredible. What you get from the Swordmaster is 170 damage. I mean, we can tell by going into here. If we go into pick. Alex pick, by default, there's 138 on the rapier. You've got a grade 5 Jules Blades with a 50% damage buff. It does 500 damage. That's insane. My only concern is that on certain weapons, you basically work by thresholds. Because, for example, when I'm doing melee damage to an enemy that has a shield, you have to remember that I'm not doing damage until I slow blade, right? So when you do that, you're basically doing a big chunk of damage all in one go. I don't really know what that calculation actually is, because it's going to be more than just one slice, one stab. So that's the bit that's not the way I was meant to go. Let's see if I can climb out of this. Plus damage resist. So I wish there was a better way of us knowing how much damage we're doing when and where to enemies. I think currently I still don't have full sight of that calculation. The only other thing I would want to get is a higher grade of rad suit. That's the one I would really want to work on. If we could get like a grade 3, 4, or 5 rad suit, that would be awesome. That's another one that I would be very interested in getting if people are farming those. Prescience helps you see it. Yeah, I guess Prescience does let you see it. That's true. I mean, the difference between the static needle grade 4 is 260 to 300. Oh no, so that's yeah, 330. So look, grade 4 260, grade 5 330. So a grade 4 here being again 286. Probably would go up to about 350 for the replica pulse sword, which is more than double the base. Is wild. That is also before augments, although yeah, currently I don't run augments, but on a higher grade weapon, you definitely would want to. I need to find out from Luther if he can remove an augment from a weapon. I feel like he must be able to. In Sweden, it's spring when it's been above 0 and never dipped below 0 for a week, so 7 concurrent days of degrees and on the 7th day it's spring. That sounds way too subjective to use as any kind of international standard. Because whereabouts in spring? Like, whereabouts in Sweden? Really, that makes a difference. Because like near the sea is always going to be a bit warmer than certain areas inland or high up. Like, so there must be like an objective point in Sweden where they measure that from, I'm guessing. Or is it the country's average? You can't remove augments. Good damn. So I don't want to commit on anything that's too high grade. Yeah. I don't actually know why I gathered those industrial pumps. I'm going to be honest with you. I think my brain is still in automatic from industrial pumps. I just felt the need to gather more industrial pumps when I saw it. Oh, not just a casual 1.9 million Solari spook. That's nice. You'll end up inflating the economy by doing that. That's the problem. Every time we do that, Stellaris are worth slightly less than our world. Remember that. Never had too many pumps, as our guild made painfully clear. That makes sense. We're actually over the number of pumps that we do need still, so we are actually good. Also, for those of you who might have noticed on our servers, there's a new guild that's come out that's blowing everybody away. Bailey's Bodyguards, BBs, is now ranked 3. Open fire exploration, decapitation strike, and we'll do Fremen finds. I suspect that me, myself, and I are still in the top 10. Quite possibly. Although, you know, how does one join them? You ask me for an invite and let me know your in-game name. Oh, that's Baron Spice Breakers, Bigfoot and Mogwai bites. Oh. Why are there so many Atreides players? What's wrong with you all? $300 rad suits sold off the trader. I need about my bank to be able to buy some blueprints. I want to be on the Rawls and Landsrad wins. That's fair. Most of my money, I think, in game is coming from Landsrad wins now. I'm up at 2.5 mil. Like it's just Landsrad. That's all I really use it for. Is like the money that comes in is from the Landsrad. The money that goes out is from the Landsrad. I don't find that Solari's really that valuable inside this game anymore. Like, I'll be real, like, it's just not. Chat lost the game. Unload those. I can use an opportunity to take some of the random crap back to base. Nope, that's part of base materials. That's base materials. That's not. I am splitting that. Bit weird. What else have we got? Can leave the rest of that there. Probably leave that there for another set of those. Looking blocks need to stay there. And collaborative server box stay there. What have we got inside crap bag? Oh. Crap bag is full of shite. God damn, what kind of person would leave all of that stuff inside of their ornithopter? I wonder who would do that. I could let go. I'm gonna be honest. I put all of this back in here. Just undo everything I just did. Go into rat bag. We'll take out all of the spy sand because we shouldn't really be leaving that in there. That can go straight into chat lost the game. Quite a lot of spice, I understand. We can then go into crab bag again. We can probably take out a bunch of these pumps. We kind of need to get those back to Luther at some point. So we can take some of them on us. And then the rest of them can go into the ornithopter. A bunch of this can all go back into the crap bag because it's just materials. That chest can then, we can do this. I think this is getting low on power. Oh no, we've got 3 days. Okay. Fine, 5 days. Are you making milky buns? I can't believe that G is out there doing that. That sounds about right. I can't believe chat is so obsessed with those. Actually, I can 100% believe that chat is obsessed with that. To be honest with you. An English muffin with a Kraft sliced cheese and a microwave scrambled egg. I still fundamentally don't like the idea of making a scrambled egg in the microwave, but I accept that it's not as flawed if you at least like season it. But like a little bit of butter, some like nice seasoning, like doing it on a pan, it just seems right. I don't know. Just if I'm thinking scrambled egg, that's how I'm thinking about doing it. Like. With mayonnaise, scrambled eggs in the cast iron. Exactly, yeah. Just do it in a pan. Like, just. Thor's egg is the way that I do eggs. I just don't do them in the microwave. The microwave step is the problem. Like it just feels wrong to me, man. To make, I don't know. I feel like making tea in the microwave. Again, that's also wrong, but that's for other reasons. That's British reasons. It's different. You still find it where people in England put milk in tea and call it brew. I mean, that's a particular area of the UK called, you know, putting on a brew. That's a colloquialism, I think. I don't think if you called it, oh, I'll have a brew everywhere, people would probably knew what you meant. But if you went into a shop and said, oh, I'll have a brew, most people would be like, oh, you mean you want a tea? So it depends on where you are. But putting milk in tea is pretty normal inside the UK. Yeah, Builder's tea, you have milk in. Earl Grey, you should have lemon in. You could make the tea and the egg in the microwave at the same time. Ban that one. Yeah, ban that. That's, yeah. Mods. You know what to do. Don't let anyone find the button. No, I'm kidding. It just, I don't know, the idea of microwaves tea. Oh yeah, John Clark, if you're gonna make tea for people, if you pour it, if you join a Discord call and you pour the tea into your microphone, the people on the far end can drink it from the ear cups of their headphones. It's very kind of you, thank you. Doesn't Builder's tea have enough sugar in so you can't stand the spout upright? Yeah, but that way you know they even put the sugar in the concrete instead, Shinarhawk. So that's good. That's good. Yeah. If the sugar is in the tea, you know it's not in the concrete. That's the important bit. And sugar in concrete kills it. If you didn't know that, it's a very interesting fact. I'm fairly sure it's sugar. Pretty sure that's what we used to do to the Germans in World War II. Have you sugared your concrete today, chat? Hey, we've got ads in 3 minutes. You sugar your concrete every morning? Good job, Lilithian. Proud of you. Do I think the flying tray is too OP, or is Funcom throwing late game players a bone in Deep Desert not making us craft fuel cells as much? I think it sits in a really weird spot, Xanatos. I either think they need to make it cheaper in the exploration tree, or they need to make it... Yeah, either make it more expensive or make it cheaper. Either give it to everyone at the early stage, or give it to people who dedicate themselves into exploration. I just think it's in a kind of a weird spot at the moment. Will I be going back to Spice Marines 2 with the updates? Quite possibly, yes. The only issue I was having with Space Marine 2 is that if I'm playing with Thor, it was difficult for us to get a server that I wasn't getting hiccups on last time we played. At launch, it was really, really good. He and I could play on the same server based in Washington without a problem, but I've started having issues now when I'm playing games of Space Marine that far. Have a bit of late game mode? Yeah, but so that's what I mean. I think either like everyone should have it because it's a really, really nice buff, or it should only be for dedicating themselves to the exploration tree. For example, Gathering gets what I would call one of their capstone abilities, which is the ability for corpses to be half the volume at level 58. That's really sinking yourself into a tree to get to 58, you know. Exploration has at 40, you get, you know, increased loot. Some of those really kind of highly powered abilities are quite late in the game and in those trees. I don't know if the flight one is too early or too late. I think it depends on what it is that actually Funcom are looking to do with that mechanic. Right, can I grand theft this cultural artifact in 33 seconds? You're damn right I can. Grand theft artifact. Okay, chat, the ads will be here in a couple of seconds. Make sure that you get up, stretch your legs, grab some water, check on your laundry. You know, do a couple of bits that you need to do. You know, ultimately Sunday's about resting up, but take it easy. I'll be back after those ads. I'm going to go and hang from a door frame so I can stretch my back out, and we'll see you in a second. During that, we managed to sort out Eclipse command. Thank you very much, Nellus. Yeah, so when you import a clip into StreamerBot, if you have an associated command with it, StreamerBot disables that command. You need to go in and enable the command separately. So that's what is needed there. Right, welcome back, everyone. We are in the middle of acquiring cultural artifacts, something that the British would obviously never do. And we're going from there. We now have our new clip command, so that will dump them into a channel in Discord as well. So if you're looking to discuss the clip, there's also a channel in Discord for all of the clips, which is horrifying, I'm going to be honest with you. Not quite sure how we feel about that one, but hey. Take the second piece. Then we have to deal with all of the fact that there are some buttholes out here. We'll just do a bit of a fly around, and then we'll use our momentum to do this. Who will sort through the clips? I feel like a few of you probably will. I feel like Nellus will, because Nellus likes to create cursed creations. And I've given Nellus the authority to create ad Chronoses as well, so that you guys won't be left behind. We can also make ad Baileys. If anyone wants to make an ad Bailey, we can do that as well. Well, let's just spice up the ad screens even more. Why settle for one method of curse when we can do multiple types of curses? Hello, Just Eric, how are you doing? Have I allowed clip titles? I have... Nellus did the command, so ask Nellus. I don't know if people will let them... I don't know how... I think it won't be estimation... If you do exclamation point and clip, it might let you do it after the clip. I don't know. You make a mistake now, giving us too much power? I feel like it's still manageable. I feel like it's still manageable, John. And away we go. Oh, we've got open fight sprint, decapitation strike, race against time. Let's go back and do race against time. Nice. It works. Sweet. Thank you very much, Nuz, for the help. I appreciate you. And leave. Magic. Magical. I definitely should have gone to the loo during that break, but that's a problem for future Chronos. Race against time is up here. How is everyone enjoying their Sundays? Right, let's do this. I am enjoying this double XP weekend. We're going to make some great progression into our skill trees. I feel a little bit sorry for Luther having to come back and do like 35 missions in one, like in like 3 hours, but hey. Oopsie. Okay, I get why you can't set titles into words via Twitch commands, so there's a copy of the title of stream. Hello, Luther. How are you doing? We were just talking about you. I was saying that you've probably got a lot of missions to run later on today, haven't you? Okay, apparently we're doing this mission in what I wouldn't describe as our lightest or most agile ship. 35 missions, but from 11:30 until 7 AM. Okay, so who needs sleep on a Sunday night, honestly? Thankfully you took Monday off. Okay, that will help. That will help. Enjoying the Sunday cuddling with your cat? Oh, that's nice. That's a good thing to do. Okay, so but that sounds like something that Nellis will iterate on, but for an initial implementation, this works reasonably well, so people can just quickly clip without having to go through all of the normal rigmarole. But I do appreciate you letting us know. C plus 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 plus, yeah? There's nothing to see here. Nothing to see there. Leaving. No cat, but curled up with a good book. A good book could be as good as a cat, depending if you're allergic to cats. And if you're allergic to books. What kind of bread is a sort of a rigmarole? It's round. It's a round bread. Well, it's called a roll. Why do they make the bosses so cheaty they can pop off moves while stunned, shoot through walls, and their own ads? It's a bit fucked up. They don't want to make it too easy for you. They knew how powerful you individually were all of a sudden. They wanted to nerf you specifically. That's what it was. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry for the news. The devs got together and thought that you were too powerful. It's weird game design. I completely agree with you. I don't think that the AI should be invulnerable to its own effects, etc. That seems wrong. If we have to, you know, keep an eye out for our own effects and our own flame fields and their impacts on allies, why do the enemy not have to as well? Any quests you should be aware of for Explo? Yeah, Luther, the ones that you have to fly are quite good. Basically, you'll enter this rhythm of doing, like, you know, the Rift Recon flights, and then having to go do the Blushing Caverns, and then Rift Recon flights, and then Blushing Caverns. They're all pretty doable. There's nothing wrong with any of them. A bit like the rest of the missions, Luther, they're kind of repetitive after a while. Collect device. Then we had to leave Jabal Ifrital Shark. I want to know why the heavies are essentially ignoring most stuns now and have infinite stamina themselves. A good question. It's one that we can ask. If you've got visual, like video evidence of it happening, or you've got, like, you know, something on Reddit I can point to give the devs a really good example, then that would be great. That always makes my job a lot easier. There's like 5 rounds of battery gathering, but not done yet. Horrifying. Horrifying, but also incredible. You make sure that when you're flying around the Haga Rift, you don't, like, forget that you're in the middle of doing a mission and just, like, leave, because I don't know who would do that, but that takes some brains. Go to use this one. Drop off all the industrial pumps for loose there and here. Okay, then got spice in that ornithopter. Temp spice? Yes. Over 33,000 titanium. That sounds horrifying. Who would want that much titanium? SB is streamer bot. Balthazar. Put some more bodies on to cook. That'll help for later, because we've got more production to do to get our all of our aluminium refined, to make duralumin, to get everything made for what we need for that new base. We're gonna need a lot more water still. Because it takes water to make water, you know? Very important. SB is streaming Bailey? Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Is Bailey live right now? Is that what it is? Is Bailey live from my chair in my living room? We need some friends. We might. I don't know. Ask, like, Luther is currently in charge of friends. I'm just making sure that the base's water is topped off. That's all I'm doing. I'm not gathering any more friends today. As far as I know, we've still got a container full of friends. The lingo of these youngsters, I know about. I know. The youngsters. You volunteered to babysit? Okay, cool. Have I emptied your container with Lita Johns? I don't know, Spook. That's a Luther question. Luther's been away for a few days, so I'm going to assume no. That can go away. To Bailey sit, you could Bailey sit. Bailey sitting is just making sure that he's fed and has a human to shout at. That's ultimately what that is. Oh, big stretch. Oh. Oh. Oh, the blood's gone back into my brain, chat. Blah. Rather than being all scrungled up at the base of my spine, I can, like, think again. Ooh. You volunteer as tribute? I bet. I bet. I don't think there's many members of chat who wouldn't want to Bailey sit. You can kind of understand, to be fair. But to unscrungle your spine every now and then, it is very important, yeah. Yeah. I'm allergic to cats as well. I'll be honest with you. Like I am allergic to cats. If you see me on stream with like bright red eyes, it normally means that I was petting Bailey and then rubbed my eyes because I wasn't thinking about it. Happens way more often than it should. I really should learn, but I just don't. Put that in there for Luther. Leave those in there. Compare. Right. What do we got next? Rift Recon run. I want to do that one. Oh, that's better. Now we're back in the fast one, Thopter. Hello! Chicago Strong, thank you very much. The resub for 8 months in total. Keeping it spicy on a Sunday indeed. Thank you very much, Chicago. You are a legend. That's taking us to, I think, 16 out of... It still says we're at 14 points. I'm wondering if this is broken. Twitch, what are you doing? Good morning, Bullseye Bob. How are we doing? Hello, Thurston. How are you? Hope you're having a lovely Sunday. You know, like when you see a cat do a big stretch and it's like it just kind of, the brain of the cat turns on. That's basically what I just did, yeah. Yeah, we did. Who put that little shack there? Rude. Rude. Waking up from a 3-hour nap. I mean, that's pretty much the ideal Sunday behavior. Let's be real. That's a lovely way to spend your Sunday. I'm not even mad. That makes perfect sense. What are the requirements during the Bailey's Bodyguards? Be Harkonnen, play game. Be Harkonnen, play game. Be reasonable people. Reasonable Harkos. Within reason, of course. Peak nap hours for a night owl like you? I mean, I can imagine. We are doing good, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Bullseye Blob. Have a nice chilled Sunday. We've got a few things done. The first thing my childish brain sees when I come in is PP, and I giggle uncontrollably. Why am I like this? Because that's the best way of being. How many Landsrad points are we on? 79,200, Sabu. Move to a new city, so going to offer a walk to explore for a bit. Well, good luck with that, Mr. Bushman. I enjoy your walk. Maybe have fun. Sounds like it's a nice thing to do. Good thing to do when you get to a new city. Blushing Cavern again. So we've got exploration, combat. Now, at least we'll be able to vote. So yeah, in order to get into the, oh, somebody on the roof. You know that it does block you from getting out of a vehicle by doing that, right? I can't believe Matt's logged back in and is Atreides and expecting a guild invite. Gross. Can't believe it. Can't believe. Well, unfortunate that. How is the new guild? I mean, it's mostly because we don't want to have to wait for Thor to log in every week to do the vote. Oh, he's inside now? God damn it. Can't believe we've let the Matt inside. I'm not even sure if the Matt's house trained. What was I doing? I think I've hit level 40. I just need to unlock that thing. Yes. Aha, level 40, yeah. We need 15, 45 melange. 55 melange. 65. 80. We need 95 melange. Forge has a large sandbox nearby. I know. That is true. That is the only thing that makes it bearable. There's no melange in there. I can't believe somebody's eaten all of Kronos' melange. It was probably Kronos. Do you think the gathering speculation boosts Sandcrawler yield? No, it would say so if it did. I would reckon it would say if it did. It specifically says compactor, I think. Static compactor yield. So that is 10% more vehicle damage resistance. We've got 5% vehicle fuel efficiency, a 50% wider clearing of the fog of war radius, and increases amount of loot in loot containers. Just wild benefits. And then for combat, we've got, let's have a look, another skill point. We've got how much more stamina? 5 more stamina, and then 3 more skill points. Just more power. Great. What's our next thing to look forward to? Climbing stamina cost isn't so important. Vehicle damage in sandstorms, heat dissipation rate. Level 50 inventory slot capacity. Ho ho, more slots, more storage. Vehicle fuel efficiency is very nice. After that, I'm not really sure what else is worth it. After level 50, it's kind of slows down on payoff. Scanning range, I guess, is useful. Worm threat reduction minus 10% is useful, but 77's the next big release for that one. So after that, it might just be pure combat, I'll be honest. It might be 50 exploit with then 50%, you know, expanded backpack volume, etc., and then everything else into combat. It could genuinely be. Could be. No stamina regen. You're probably looking more like skills that are in here for this. You're looking like also you've got stamina recovery rate 20% here. You're probably looking at something like skills. I'm not sure there will be any. Source of power is a very useful ability to have, but it's not a passive. At that point, I'd probably take center mass to replace it. Center mass means that body shot damage and blade, like I do less headshot damage, but I very rarely do headshots. So I could actually if I put that max, 20% bonus to shield, 20% bonus to blades, and 20% bonus to all body damage is kind of quite powerful. That's just a 20% damage buff for everything I'm doing all the time, constantly. Or I can do heavy weapon agility, and I can reduce my movement penalty with the heavy weapon, like the lasgun that I rely on the dungeons, 25%. Well, that way I can still move pretty quickly with the flamethrower, with the with the lasgun. I don't know if that's worth it, but do we want to try that out? Well, possibly. That could be a thing. We're not really that spec'd for range damage, but actually, like, I don't really need to be doing a huge amount of range damage other than just heavy weapons. So I could take my points out of scatter guns because I don't use drill shots anymore, and put them all in just overall range damage to buff my overall heavy weapons. Put more points here into range damage, for example, to do better, to do more, and that will yet again buff my lasgun damage on everything I'm doing it on. I can take any points out of short blades and just have everything in long blades. I think I've already done that. Yeah, just blade damage rather than short blade damage. I'm slowly using long blades, so I still do a buff with long blades as well. So there's a few things. We also got things like dancer blades. So like I get damage boost when I've done like a melee kill. Could be useful. You know, reckless lunge is giving me this lunge ability, give me more damage mitigation. Well, at maximum, that's going to give me like 50% damage mitigation for some time. The sprint attack means I'll have damage mitigation and be able to basically take less damage, so I can close the enemy gap more easily. There's a lot of stuff in here. While you're low on health, you regenerate health faster, recover less receive less poise damage, and reduce all stamina costs for all actions. That's amazing as well. Use manipulate instability. Just lots of benefits here. Rapid register's also not bad. Tabularize poison. They can be really useful for the poison dungeon. Put all my points into like poison tolerance 30% and poison mitigation as well to take less damage from them. That could be great. Although Litany Against Fear could be very useful just to have as an ability and run that during the boss fights, because the turret is no longer useful at high level bosses. So Litany Against Fear might be, or the one that regenerates power. I think there's one inside the Mentat that lets you drop down. Yeah, there you go. Powerful regenerator that continually regenerates power for nearby allies. This could be really useful for taking out bosses. Just giving everyone an extra 30% power regeneration. It's really great. And thinking about making coffee, weirdly, no, there's very few bean-related skills in Dune. So maybe that's an area that they need to corner the market on in future. We've got 19 skill points unapplied, and we've still not even finished our leveling for the day. We've still got what, 20 missions left to do? 23 missions left to do. These 3 are all at the Opa Fire, so we'll go do those next. The Blushing Caverns even, including Opa Fire. With the new stuff, is it possible to unlock all the skills? I don't think all of them. I still think even with all of the skills to max is going to take more skill points than you have in the game. That's the whole point. It's about designing a build that works for you and what you want to do. Did Matt recolor my vehicle? No? Maybe? You shouldn't be able to recolor my vehicle. Where's the red gone? I don't know where all the coloring of my Ornithopter has gone. Bother, not what I wanted to do. Here we go. Yeah, I'm not. We'll stick with black and red. Why not? Quite a nice combo. Lushing Cavern. They're telling me that a game about Dune is neglecting the coffee service. I mean, look, where are you getting the water for this coffee from? Maxing build unlocks barista path. That makes sense. They do have a chai tea collab. Yes, that's the thing. From your drinking buddies? Okay, I guess that does make sense, yes. Fair. You know what? Fair. Completely fair. Focus, focus. Server, come on, focus. Interesting. It's allocating, and it shouldn't be doing that. There we go. It was just having a think. Because it should, the server should spin itself up an extra instance of. I didn't do this right. And to get the brood works first and then do it. Coffee service is an important part of Fremen life. What spice coffee was? Ah, well, that's a bit different. If you're talking about spice, then yeah, you know, maybe we can help. Then why they didn't do that by default? I think there was some technical challenge that needs to be overcome for it. Oh, that's better. Are you all yapping in VC? Is that what you're doing? I love that. That's amazing. Let's see. Oh, well, JB is at least yapping in VC over on Discord. If you yeah, if you're looking to get some stuff done today and you want some body doubling, you're more than free to hang out in the Discord chat with people while they're watching the stream or just kind of chilling. It's a thing. It's not a problem. JB is yapping to himself. That sounds about right. That's what they do. You know, that's what Australians have to do. JB sleeps at reasonable times? Doubt. So we grab this, then I run back up the stairs, and I do this, and then I do that, and I just leave. I just immediately leave. Why would I hang around? These guys, they're very rude. They're not very welcoming. Oh. Okay. Normally it's more than one hit to kill him, I'm going to be honest with you. Okay, that's gonna suck. Fine, let's deal with this. Oh, blew my turret already? That was very kind of you. Okay, melee guy first. Then the heavy. Then you've got a drill shot. And then you've got a Karpov, so you're dead. I don't know if you should be aspiring to starting to drink coffee. I feel like that's probably like, I think a lot of people are trying to do the opposite thing there. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I always imagine Fremen coffee to be like Turkish coffee, strong enough to wake the dead and thick enough to serve as syrup on pancakes. That sounds about right. That's like Klatchian coffee from the Discworld, though. That's my favorite part of that. We've gone up some kind of threshold in combat. We've gone up to a stage where we're doing enough damage now that we're doing over the health of these enemies. So we're now doing things in like 2 hits where it would have taken 3 before, or doing it in a... you'll need to add me as a friend, Pan. You'll need to add Emily Slider as a friend in-game, and then I can add you easily from this list. Oh, yeah, I have got you. You're just here. Why did I not see that the first time? Baron Spice Breakers, Bigfoot and Meow. Yeah, okay, and then Bites. There we go. I'm also not a fan of the bitter hot bean juice. Welcome into Bailey's Bodyguards, Pan. Good job. Welcome on in. Our primary responsibility is to acquire friends for Bailey. And cultural artifacts that he requires. Wait, we need to grab... Quest for... Is it springing a flag? No, we'll do Grave of the Fireflies. No, we'll do Springing a Trap. We'll do all 3. All 3 of the ones we need to do at the Blushing Caverns in one go. Spicy bean juice make brain go zoomy zoomy. There is that. A lot of people have that. Yes, as in Puddle, I can understand. I can understand that. This feels like Spotify learned that we wanted pirate shanties from when we were playing Windrose, and now we've got, you know, a pirate-themed song. I feel like Spotify has typecast me. That said, it's kind of a banger. And I completely agree with you. That's what it is for me as well. Bean juice make brain go sleepy. Triple shot makes you triple sleepy. Makes sense. Did I get to the point when you had the big ship in Windrose? We did indeed, Numbers Bob. Yes, we completed Windrose. We fought the other ships as well. We didn't level up our cannons all the way. We didn't do absolutely everything we could inside Windrose because I want to save most of it when that game comes out, because that's really fun. There's a lot of really cool things they've done in that game. My body prefers the taste of chemicals and energy drink. Well, energy drinks are normally at room temperature or cold, so for me, I agree. probably put my shield on. Not a bad move, right? The devs have said what? I think Steam lists it as Q2 2026, doesn't it? Oh, there you are. How did you end up over there? Okay, frame rate. You just don't like this camp for some reason. Okay. How can they do that ability while also doing that? How can you shoot and do that ability? That's very unreasonable. Fine. Who can get sneaky with this? How are we in this area now? 98% CPU usage? Not ideal. Not CPU usage, GPU usage. Oh, I know what you mean. I think the melees of, like, the melee of the heavy is ridiculously bullshit, but otherwise they'd be really easily bullyable. I can see why it has to happen this way if I don't like it. Dead. Those heavies are busted. They even resist compel. I mean, those are meant to be like kind of squad leader mission ones. Yeah. It's only a specific part of the 50 series, Nellis. That's the point. Okay, come on then. Deep Desert is best for Flower Sand? Pretty much, yeah. Deep Desert. There are a couple of spots in Haga Basin where you can get like half a field safely. But realistically, you're better off just going to the Deep Desert, yeah. He was ignoring all my sunsets for Weirding Step. That's why I've seen them ignore that as well, but like often that's the one I like to use against the heavies, just because the heavies are really annoying, yeah. I take Weirding Step because it's pretty much the only ability I have to counter the heavies when they get really irritating, because they just ignore Shigawire Claw. Hello, Pepita. How are you doing? It is lovely to see you, and good afternoon as well to you, PC Tech. The ads will be here in about 44 seconds. I'm going to go up and just check on B, make sure he's got food, and then do my stretches. In the meantime, you guys should definitely get yourself a drink. Think about what you're eating today, you know. Think about those housework things that you've been doing that you were distracted from, you know. If you've still got laundry in the machine, don't want to leave it there to get stinky. That's not good. Yeah, I might get rid of turret. Turret, I just don't find being as satisfying anymore. I don't find that it works as well as it should do. The turret I find being a problem. So doing well. You've had mum staying over the weekend. It's been nice seeing her. It's very nice. I will be doing the same thing, James Brown. I will be getting a snack and looking after myself. So I will be right back. The ad should be here any second now. Maybe? Ads? Ad revenue? Fresh, you know, citizens for your schemes? Kitten? Worm? Spice? Ferrets? Who knows? Black garlic? The meat van. Let's send Spectre a Gwilled invite. Meatball is your cat. Hello, Jezmas Gaming. June is going very well, thank you. We're about to have ads. I'm about to go and do my stretches, but I will be right back after that. Other than that, June is going very, very well. We've got a bonus XP weekend, which is really nice. And overall, I'm having a good time with it. There are the ads. I will be right back. Whoop. Welcome back, everyone. You're over here now. Well, welcome over, TurboCat. Hope you're doing good. We're gonna do the final step we've got in these missions, which is just to nip down into these caverns. The locals might not be too happy, but they've not really got a huge amount of choice because I've got a permit. I've got a mining permit, and they don't. So they're very upset. They're very jealous that I've got a mining permit and they don't. You see, why I can do this and they can't. If they were better with cultural artifacts, maybe they'd be able to, but they can't. How are you all? Did you all enjoy the ads? During the ads, I might have gotten something delicious for you. Look at this, chat. That, look. Contact adhesive. Ooh. You know what this is? Blue. Ooh. I don't want to get you too excited, but it's pretty good glue as well. Pretty high-end glue. Gorilla backwards. Can't believe it. Can't believe it, chat. Please don't stick my fingers together. No, the basic plan is to stick this, which is something called a cold shoe, to the bottom of this camera, which is currently broken. So what you can probably see here is there's a little circle here. This little circle is normally where one would have a threaded mount for you to put in, you know, any kind of screw-based thread for a camera. Unfortunately, that came out of this because of a building defect, so I'm going to have to glue this to the bottom of this. Which will be very irritating, because there's a part of this which is spring-loaded, and I'm going to have to sit here holding them together after stream. That's my plan. But then we'll have more functional Bailey cameras. Is it metal or is it plastic? This end is metal, that end is plastic. That's why I need good contact adhesive that will work on metal or plastic. Do that. Let's do this. Let's put this down. If it doesn't work, you may need epoxy. I've got some, as many of you know, I am a Warhammer fan, and therefore I have something called green stuff, which is what I might actually use in the bottom of it if I need to. A small amount of green stuff might actually mold to it reasonably well once it hardens. Did I see the change to Bitcraft? I know they've wiped the map and they've given everyone the option of resetting their characters, which I find very interesting. I've been keeping my eye on Bitcraft for a while, because as you know, Bitcraft is a game that I think has a huge amount of promise and is looking like it could be great fun. However, I'm a little bit concerned about some of the community aspects of the game, in that some of the ways that the partners, particularly Bitcraft, were acting towards the end of the last phase were really quite poor. The devs have made a lot of changes into how they manage the partner program, how they manage the community, and I'm really hoping that delivers some significant changes to the behaviors inside of Bitcraft, because actually there were people just being really shitty to each other over an early access game that was going to get wiped, and like it just got really like disrespectful, like personal stuff. It's a game, like calm down. I've already scuff sanded the inside, so that's fine. The alcohol cleaning I probably will do, yeah. Cleaning alcohol after I've done the scuff sanding might help. Okay, I've got load of invites. TN, I know. Nezarick, I know. Jack Black. Flub Slider. Don't know who these two are. But I do want to go back to Bitcraft. My only issue with Bitcraft is, as many of you know, for me it's very much a second screen game, because it doesn't, there's not enough for it to be an active game. It's like old school RuneScape. It's a second screen game for me. Like, that's just how I see it. Just how it is. Rift Recon Run, yes. Take that. Take Sabotage aboard the Taiki. Heart of the Matter. We'll do Rift Recon Run, then we'll do Sabotage aboard the Taiki, then we'll do Grave of the Fireflies, then we should probably have another full set of Open Fire to do. It's a yap game. It is, but the problem is that like if yapping like that for 9 hours isn't that good. It's really good during like a Dune update. I love it during a Dune update, or like when we've got server downtime. Really helpful to have that as, in the pocket. That's what I'm broadly waiting for, because that's where I think the game really shines. It's like while you're working, while you're doing stuff, it's a really good like off-screen game. But as many of you know, if there's not enough dopamine coming my way, I get bored very fast. I mean, I think all of you know that I just don't like putting on a show that I'm not enjoying. And if I'm just going to sit there and yap, I might as well just be just chatting, because I won't focus on Bitcraft as much as I will on everything else. A bit different. Need the brain fun juice? Yeah, but the brain fun juice is ephemeral and not very reliable sometimes. Sometimes things you think brain fun aren't fun for brain, and sometimes things that aren't fun or that you don't think will be fun are fun for brain. Brain dumb. Stupid flesh mech thinking machine. Why use many word when few word do good? Red go fast, red go fast. Purple be stealthy. Much agreeance? Wait until I start saying things like chrono nodders in actual speech. Like, until I actually start just like saying my own emotes. Because if I'm in Discord and I use like chrono notes, for example, it will do the chrono notes icon. Sometimes I'll be messaging somebody in WhatsApp and I'll type out the entirety of like an emote code in WhatsApp, and I'll just be like, oh wait, WhatsApp doesn't have my emotes in it, my bad. Good morning, Avenda. How are you doing, buddy? Great to see you. Happy Sunday to you. Happy 1st of March. Why did you type out in the first place? But my brain can type chrono note faster than it can click the GIF icon, find the emoji in my list of emojis, and then send it. One task I have to think about, one task I don't. I don't know. Then we'll take this. We'll go and grab the Grave of the Fireflies. Then after we do the two on the Taiki and Grave of the Fireflies, we come back and we go to Blushing Cavern. We do Open Fire, Decapitation Strike, and there'll be False Flag as well. So we can do those three. That's a really good route to make sure we're going to get all of the combat ones done, and then also still be pushing forward our exploration. We should be about 43 by now. No, 42. Okay, 41 and 42. Remember, the goal for exploration is only to get to level 50 and then to stop. You perfectly described how I approach Neckfest. Poke all the things to see what makes the good brain juice, including stuff I expect to give it and some stuff I don't expect to produce it. Both can sometimes give results outside expectation. Exactly. Balthazar, you are many things. Many things, but slow, I wouldn't say one of them. Don't worry about it. Don't you worry about it. Oh, TurboCat said, well, managed to fill a few ships in Windrose. Bit clunky at first, but still fun. Learn the hard way to not go into the Cat 3 contested waters. It kills you instantly. Oh, okay. That sounds like a problem. Yeah, I can see that being an issue. The tier 3 issue, the tier 3 area that you can't get into. Cool. Limited, if you haven't played Dune in a hot minute, there's a lot of new stuff here for you. I'll be really honest with you, there's a lot of new things. Okay, so if we go Wreck of the Taiki first. For a start, this is the new overland. Like, you've got these new overland dungeons. These are the scalable testing stations. We'll be doing one of those in a minute. You've now got these Landsrad quests for continuing our specializations. You go to these new areas on the overland map. Coming back to chat to agree with me, Balthazar is not slow. I'm thank you for that, Blade Pun. That's very kind of you, because I definitely think that's not true. Yeah. Imposter syndrome activates. Good. If you're going to give me imposter syndrome, I get to give it back to you too. That's the trade. You might not like it, but that's not my problem. Do this. We'll use one of these as we go. So these are the new overland map areas. Inside of them, they're quite difficult. Like, they are Plastinium tier enemies, so they aren't messing around. Like, they are quite strong. And the ones with the rapiers are the worst thing that exists this side of the sun. Yeah, the rapier NPCs are probably one of the most horrifying enemies in the game for me now. Jesus, come on. When you have to strike really, really early on the parry. That's the only challenge there. Okay, that's the purple one gathered. Let's grab that. Stand here and regen some stam for a second. I haven't really played with any consistency since October. You've logged in maybe once since then in November. So yeah, in January they made a huge bunch of changes, including huge durability changes, which are, I think, to be honest, absolutely needed. The LDR and the durability changes. When you die, you now only lose 2% rather than 5% durability. When you repair your gear, you now lose only 15% rather than 20% on every repair of what you're repairing. And the final difference is that the base durability for all items was just doubled. They just doubled all base durability, which is great. Absolutely necessary and needed set of changes.
Got them. Help! Help!
I just got a Steam achievement for eliminating 500 troops belonging to the opposite house that I chose. That's interesting. These are Atreides troops then. I don't pay attention to whose troops I'm killing. I'll kill Harkonnen troops, I'll kill Atreides troops. They're all in the way of me and my delicious loot and XP. How dare they? One, two, three, four, five, six. Landsberg looks like it's actually a viable gameplay loop as well. It seems like a bounty hunter. So basically, yeah, you're doing contracts now, which are just, I think it's just a better system. It's a much better system to do the contracts, I'll be honest. Yeah. I've forgotten what's inside this, so let's cut this door down. Wrong las gun, although it should still work the same way. Oh yeah, just one loot chest and some ammo. The new light is also very, very good. I love that. I've also realized, why am I running with... I've made a mistake here. I'm not being smart. Stand here for a second. Now I have shields again. Now you're trapped in this corner with me. YouTube is still working. Thank you, Balthazar. I appreciate you. Way better to the previous cap end game. Exactly. I think the previous end game is why we fell away from Dune for so long, because I was level 200. We had most of the... We had all the blueprints we wanted, all the gear we wanted. We had, I think, at that point, we had 70,000 melange. You know, there wasn't really a need for melange in the game. Like, you would just slowly burn through it. Very, very slowly when you made new stuff, but you didn't really need it for anything once you already had that stuff and weren't using it that much. Now, melange is used for the specializations. We've used hundreds of melange, more than we would have done. Every single one of us who uses the base is using that melange up to get every single level. Our current handlers left VC. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure they'll be okay. We don't necessarily need handlers. I trust you guys within reason. Would love the rewards and lands I got sent to you. Never bothered to see them out. I'm the same. I'm exactly the same. I never bothered to gather the lands rewards. It's one of the things I keep on raising with the devs. They recognize it too. It's just a lower priority. It's a bit like, okay, would you rather go to one person to get all the lands rad items for a collection, or would you rather be able to collect flower sand with a sand crawler, or would you rather be able to carry water using a carrier container, or would you rather be able to what was the last one I was thinking of? Be able to transfer directly from the carry container into vehicle inventories, because you currently can't do that. If you have to choose between like server resources for that kind of stuff, like we want all of those, but you have to decide what order you want them in, because there's not infinite devs, there's not infinite resources for them to create the stuff for us. So we have to recognize that whatever we want, we have to either, if we want all of them at once, it's going to take them longer. It's going to take all of them so much longer to do all 4 at once than it would be if we asked for 1 at a time. There are lots of ways that they will do it, and I know that they are looking to make that easier. They know people don't engage with that gameplay loop very often, but I would be clear that, like, you have to remember that that's dev time in certain places. It's allocating, you know, work that has to come from somewhere, you know? We've got Grave of the Fireflies, then we'll do Race Against Time. So I'll take Opifire Edition. Do that. 2 AM, you gotta do the sleeps? Well, thank you for being here, Lilithian. I really appreciate you. I hope that you sleep well. Yeah, so when it comes to, like, getting things changed, like, you know, where you get the swatches from the quartermaster and stuff, I completely get it. Don't get me wrong. I know that I would love to have those things much more easily accessible, but each week I just wait now. I'll just wait till, you know, further down the line. It's work. There's too much friction there gathering them. That's what I mean. That's the problem. It's too much friction for a player. 6 Mark IIs. God. If I do this, this just makes more sense. Actually try out how much more damage it feels like it does. Nope, that was the wrong weapon. Let's not use that next to the flaming barrel. I'm very glad for the medkits and all destinations. I mostly just go around using this to farm for tier 6s. Did that just kill that guy in 1 hit? I think it genuinely might have. Where is that melee guy? Here you go. We almost saw an explode. We did very nearly see an explode. Yeah, we do now kill those guys in 1 hit. That's very funny. Come on. Access granted. And it is slower to stop and search for the Mark 6s, but Mark 6 health kits are pretty good, so why wouldn't I want to gather them? Those Erythrocrists are weighing me down? Yeah, they're not. They're not wearing me down enough that I can't carry everything that I want. If they were, then I would likely just drop them, but for now, I can. If I can get back to base in a minute with those, that's a small amount of cobalt paste that we can make in future. I genuinely thought the sword might hit the, butt stab. Okay. There we go. Only 28 volume as well. I've got quite a lot of ability to carry stuff in this. Wasn't letting me through the door for a second. We've got this kind of down to a bit of an art, really. Okay, now it's mostly that salvage that I don't like carrying. Ooh, let's see. Any Mark 6s? Yes. Let's do this. Extra Chronos Day, made your Sunday. Oh, that's very kind of you to say, Zidane. Welcome on in. I hope that you're having a lovely weekend, buddy.
Switching tanks. Nowhere is safe if everything is on fire.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's... I guess unless you're immune to fire, then yes, by definition, nowhere is safe if everything is on fire.
I feel better. How about you? You look a bit singy.
There we go. Twitch hates you, it logged you off, the month's logged in. Twitch will do that sometimes. The thing that I dislike most about Twitch is that it will just unfollow you from people. I've had it like with people, it's unfollowed me from Thor like 4 times. And like every time I do it, it just resets me back to my old follow date. But like, I will frequently find that there are streamers that I have not unfollowed who it has unfollowed for me, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Twitch, you have one job. Wow, okay. That's an insane amount more loot than even than we were getting last run. That's 4 lines of loot. This is an extra. That's always 5, it seems. Maybe that level 40 buff did more than I thought. That is also a possibility. Gonna be real with you. That feels like a lot of loot. I'm doing lines of loot. You know what? You're not wrong. Casimir Zenino, thank you very much for that Prime reset, buddy. 8 months of Prime. You're an absolute hero. Thank you very much for the love and the support, dude. Hope that you're doing well. It's love to see you as always. Been a little while. Ooh. Okay, I can do race against time. That's Blushing Cavern, Broodworks. I can do race against time, and then see what else we have. Today's music is awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's a good shuffle today. Oh, Alpha, I think I might have missed your resub earlier. If I did, I'm very, very sorry. I don't remember saying thank you very much for it for the 8 months of Tier 1. If I didn't say it, Alpha, thank you very, very much for that. If you are here, I really appreciate you. And if you're not here, then I will try and remember for when you are back. If you wished for Windroad, you had a bird's eye view, a camera that pans up to get a better view. Have you pressed, is it, no, B is the singing. There's definitely a view for the ship where you're not on deck. There is an option that you're talking about, Just Eric, for Windrose. I can't remember what key it was. Someone in chat will likely remember, but there was a button to change your view. Was it F, Nellis? I just can't remember what it was. I only remember B being for shanties. Was it F? Yeah, try pressing F on board your ship. F the ship. F the ship, Just Eric, and then you should be able to get a better view. You'll be fine, right? That makes sense, yeah? On the ship, press F, better view. Oops, I wasn't paying much attention there. Here we go. F for few or flew. That'll buff out, all of it will, you know. It's an Atreides skin, so it doesn't really matter if it gets a bit beaten up, right? The guy who invented the Ferris wheel never met the guy who invented the merry-go-round. They travel in different circles. Oh my god, Mr. Balrog. That's a great joke. I like that. I'm glad the two of them didn't meet, because imagine if they combined their machines. That's basically how we have, you know, gyroscopes. If there was a party at the playground and the merry-go-round fucked the Ferris wheel, that's what you'd get. You'd get a gyroscope. The If I could relay that towards Twitch chat, I will pass on your thanks profusely. Just Eric says thank you to the people who said it was F in Twitch chat. You guys rock, thank you. I couldn't remember which one it was, so I appreciate the keybind help. Sometimes chat can be goblins, but sometimes chat can be very helpful and very kind. And it's remarkable seeing how quickly they can switch between the two. Sometimes concerning. Mostly goblins? That's fine. I wouldn't want you to be any other way. We do have our new T3 room, though, in Discord for the T3 subs. So, you know, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of goblinry in there. They're basically SCPs. That's why it's, you know, suitably named. Go this way. View mission report. You're damn right I would like to view the mission report. 250 experience points. Don't mind if I do. What do we have? Open fire expedition, decapitation strike, no, springing a trap, and false flag strike. Representing. I'm glad you're representing goblins everywhere. I'm out of drinks. When's my next ad break? Oh no, I'm not out of drinks. Oh, I've got one over here. How is the Sand? The Sand is doing very, very well, thank you, Ruchi. Yeah, we're currently taking advantage of the double XP weekends from our mnemonic recollections. We have substantially pushed forward our progression. That's for sure. Thank you for letting me know, Nellis. Appreciate it. Last time it was hot and coarse. It was, yeah, coarse and it's hot. It gets everywhere. That's always the problem with the sand, you know. But it also makes nice glass if you can get some nice, you know, high silicon sand. Just grade 1 blueprints on your first level 3 from test station. Nice. Grade 1 blueprints are pretty good. They are the first step up. And then you've obviously grade 0s is what we, you know, use by default in the deep desert. I absolutely love the suspenser belts. Just great. Sand is stuff you get rid of to get spice. Yeah, sand is what gets in the way of spice. That's correct. You got some grade 4 dual blades last night? Very nice. I wonder what a grade 4 lasgun or a grade 5 lasgun would be like. That sounds like it would be disgustingly fun. Maybe for my birthday I should try and get a grade 5 lasgun. Maybe that's what I need in June. Okay, well that worked. Oh shit, no, go back. There's at least one. I don't know why that stopped firing a few times there. Sometimes the las guns and the heavy weapons do kind of weird behaviors where they don't fire when they're meant to. Where did he go? Where did Cassian go? I can hear him. It's always this area where I appear to have problematic FPS. There's something about the items in this camp that are causing that to be a problem, I think. How do you get the lasgun again? I mean, the highest grade lasgun you'll get from running the high grade missions. The lasgun you can get from any testing station or any like rec. Deep desert now to get the first one. You can get the tier 5 one on A-band stuff, and I think you can get the other one in other parts of the deep desert. With the update, with our improvements to combat and that sword that we got from Mighty Orange, we can now 2-shot those bosses rather than 3, which makes a significant difference because 2 shots mean I don't have to deal with that shield mechanic. You made a tea to work. You're at work. Guess what the tea is? A kitchen in a home. That's Balthazar. I hate telling you this, but that's not necessarily slow. That might be a sign of something like attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. You know, you never know. It could be that you haven't slept enough. It could be anything. You know, I wouldn't say that makes you slow. That just means that you were distracted. There's a difference. Yeah. It's a really common. It's a very common thing to do. It's not just neurodivergency that causes that. It's lots of things. It's not about you being slow. Don't you worry. I would never say that. Definitely not the case. It's lupus. You know what? Rucci is qualified at the medicine of house. You know, university. So everything is lupus. Yep. Everything while also nothing is lupus. It's never lupus. I'd love to know how many times in house it actually is lupus. How many times in house does anyone actually get lupus? Laxter, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. You are awesome. I really appreciate you stopping by and using your Prime sub here. Thank you for keeping the stream going. Thank you for keeping yourself ad-free and keeping Bezos away from the moon. Yeah, I think it's only about once that it is lupus, but they test for lupus a whole lot. There's normally a heavy down here, but I'm not sure where he's gone. Okay, now I'm starting to feel a bit more powerful again. As we level up the combat tree, I'm starting to feel better about myself. That's how this works. Oh, there's the heavy gunner that we were missing. Oh. Now what? Lupus says are unreliable. If you remember correctly, they were 20 years ago and you had one. Wow. Who is your favorite house character and tell me why it's Dr. Cuddy? It is not Dr. Cuddy. Interesting that Cuddy is your favorite character. I guess if you're talking about characters that are in it, like, you know, for like a long time, then Cuddy's a pretty good one, but I wouldn't say she's the best. I'll tell you which series of House is your favorite. I think is the interesting one. Because like there's a lot of different seasons of House. And actually, they all kind of land a little bit differently. Okay, so we've got Fremen Finds on the way back, and we can do Broodworks and the Grave of the Fireflies again. I mean, the favorite character in a House is House. That makes sense. The last season becomes an action series. The last season's definitely a bit of a change. Yeah, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. The last season of House is definitely different. No, let's go to do this one down here first. Closest. Where House loses composure at Cameron's dress, that season. Okay, that's a very specific episode and section of an episode rather than a series, but I'm glad that Wig Diddley is focused on, you know, the main question at hand here. There you go, we won by a Sissel Rad. Go Harkos. Why so slow? That's a bit better. Some speed. There's certain TV series that I remember quite well. For House, I think my favorite season is the one where he is in the what's the word? He's in the mental ward. He's with Lin-Manuel Miranda in the mental institution. I'll be real with you, like, don't yell at nurses. Nurses work incredibly fucking hard, like way harder than they should do. Don't yell at nurses. Like, it's just not cool. If you said that House is a modern take of Sherlock Holmes and medicine things, I mean, yeah, that's the whole point. That's very Holmes-esque as a character, yes. I think the technical term is loony bin. I'm not sure it is. I think that the technical term is probably something like House of Mental Healing, or something similarly weird. They do explain in the Swan Song episode? Yeah, I mean they do. The Swan Song actually is a very good round off. I think the House ends in a very nice way. And I'm also glad that they don't I think House was left in a way that was about as good as as a series like that could end, and I'm glad that they haven't gone back and just done House 2 or like done more of House, because it was so popular that it would, like, you know, Hugh Laurie absolutely could have gone back and done it. I know that he doesn't want to because he doesn't really like the character of House that much or the fan base of the show that much. I can't remember what it is that he doesn't like particularly, but I know that he has some resistance to going back to the role of House. Did that with the Chance show? Or I don't even know they did another show. I'll be honest with you, I didn't know there was another show inside the House universe. Oh yeah, I mean, it is a very dark mindset, isn't it? That's for sure. It's definitely not an easy character to play, and certainly not one that you actually really want to aspire to be, because he's very messed up. Formula was pretty basic. Yeah, it was a good show. Right, chat, the ads are going to be here in 15 or so seconds. Well, they say they're going to be here in 15 seconds. It's Twitch, so it could be anywhere between 15 seconds and 3.5 weeks. So I'm going to nip to the loo during the ad break, and you guys should look after yourselves, grab a drink, grab some food, and be right back. I'll see you guys in just a second. Have a good one, and enjoy these adverts. I mean, it makes perfect sense. Balthazar. Welcome back after the ads, everyone. Thank you very much for being so patient during those, and thank you very much. Those do indeed support the channel, and more than anything, they support my spine. It means that I actually take a break and I actually look after myself. So I very much appreciate you guys bearing with when we do those, and not getting funny about, you know, me taking 3 minutes every 45 minutes or so to go and do my stretches and stuff. It makes a big difference. So thank you all very much. I know that no one really wants to watch ads, particularly on Twitch when they've got better things to do on their Sunday, but I do appreciate it that I can go and do my stretches and not feel too bad for them. To do brood works after this, then Grave of the Fireflies. What map is this? This is the Smuggler's Run. So this is actually a race map, McGruff. So yeah, that's one of the exploration missions we've just done. It's we have to go and collect cultural artifacts, which is, I know, very, very British indeed. The DoorDash kidnapping. What do you mean DoorDash kidnapping, ad? Is that... You never see those views on the bike? Yeah, I mean, most people wouldn't be leaving their bike here. All right, chat, time to quote the great philosopher Duke Nukem. It's time to kick ass and chew ass, and I'm all out of ass. I'll catch you beautiful balls of steel in a bit. Catch you later, Blade Punner. Thank you very much for being here, dude. Have a beautiful Sunday. I think there need to be some maps for Ornithopter flight. You know, they land at quicksand at the bottom or something to make it a bit more threatening. But like, give me some challenging Ornithopter flight. Give me that. Give me those maps. Catch you later, Blade Punner. Hello, superhero. How are you doing? It's been such a long time since I played any of the Duke Nukem stuff. That's wild. How many people in chat don't know what Duke Nukem is? Maybe I don't want to know that. Maybe I'll just start feeling old if I know that. My ads are working fine, but you didn't get a single ad on Twitch for Thor's stream yesterday. Maybe the market is like for mature content right now. I mean, so Dune counts as mature content. It may very well be that Mugenics, for example, has different channel restrictions in it. That wouldn't surprise me a huge amount if they... Because Mugenics is... Like, Dune's mature content is PvP, you know, it's fantasy killing. It's like, you know, Minecraft where you're using swords and stuff. Like, did you just hit yourself with your own grenade? That's deeply funny. I love that. Thank you. Used to make levels in Duke Nukem for your friends. Okay, yeah, thank you, Minogue. That makes me not feel old. I appreciate that. Melee guys there. You're an OG Doom and Nukem player when they released, so no, you have hair, so you're not old. That's the nice thing is, I think I will hopefully, and I'm fingers crossed, touch wood, you know, touch wood. Hopefully, I will always have hair because my grandfather on my dad's side didn't even go grey until he was 80, which is good. My dad's still not grey, which is nice. My mother's side, I have no idea because unfortunately he passed away before I was born. So did not get that information. So hopefully I won't have to worry about losing my hair. That said, when it comes to hair, I'm now part of the problem because you know how when you're, you know, you know when you're cleaning the Hoover and you realize that actually, sorry, vacuum cleaner, and you realize that, oh wait, there's loads of hair wrapped around the roller because, you know, oh, there's hair down the plug hole when you're cleaning the bathroom. You know how it is, right? Now I'm part of the problem. Yeah. I think going bald or not is dependent on the mother's father's side, but going grey is based on the father's side. I can't quite remember the exact details. Where did that ranger go? I wasn't standing in my normal place, so he's probably gotten confused. Yeah. Didn't give you permission to do that.
Shield on.
The plug hole hair is the worst? Yeah, it's part of the human experience. How exciting, right? Isn't it a great time to be alive that all of us get to worry about, you know, plug hole gunking with hair and stuff? That's what a beautiful modern problem that we have. I know we haven't got to worry about, you know, so much about some of the things that our, you know, our ancestors deal with, but we have to deal with some very odd things now. They'd be like, wait, what, huh? Yes, but human long hair will always be a factor. Quite possibly, yes. That is certainly a thing.
Nowhere is safe if everything is on fire. Get your asses in here. Don't take a step. I feel better. How about you?
That wasn't very nice, was it?
I should be in the arena. Fuel up. You asked for it. Full power. I can smell it. You're almost done.
I like how the swordsman guy there was just struggling somewhat with the idea that I was just moving away from him at a slow walk, and he couldn't hit me. That was very fun. Hello, Cinders. How are you doing? It's lovely to see you on this Sunday. I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm just really quite surprised that it's grown this much in like 9 months. Because the last time I had my haircut was the 31st of March last year. And this is just what been a while. It's been a while. Like okay, shit. I've made a mistake here. These are all more valuable. Hello, Puny Dragon. How are you doing? You got a bit of a sore ankle as you went over on it yesterday walking. That was your first mistake, walking. Everyone knows that the best thing you should do is hover everywhere. That's why we have suspensor belts. With that, you're going full silverback with Distinguished Picard. Nothing wrong with a good cup of tea and a shiny head, as long as you're not in Boston. Fair. I have a bit of a question for that though. Like, if you go bot, like, how balls do you get before you start like shining your head for fun? Do I miss PvP? Yes, Patty P. I wish that PvP hadn't gotten to the stage that it had, where it ended up being quite toxic and quite problematic. Because ultimately, I think that a lot of people were driven away from even the idea of PvP, or even thinking about risking PvP, because it had a bad story. You know, people didn't hear good stories about PvP on Reddit and stuff, so people stayed away from PvP, and it poisoned the whole idea of the game, I think. I think that PvP can be done in a really good way, in a really, you know, intelligent way that factors in player behavior and also, you know, separates people from having to be the content for PvPers, because ultimately, like, you have to incentivize PvEers to take a risk to expose themselves to PvP. You have to give the PvPers active rewards for the PvPing they're doing, because they are creating content. They are, you know, then they need to work that out. And I'm really glad that they are working, that Funcom, when I say they, are working on PvP balancing next, because that's very, very important part of Dune. They shipped it as, you know, PvP would be a core element of the game. And so, you know, it wouldn't be vital within the game, but it would still be a core. And the Deep Desert was always going to be a PvP-enabled environment. I think they just need to make some changes and decide what they actually want to do in relation to the Deep Desert, etc. Because, you know, the Deep Desert doesn't really work. The Deep Desert is basically a PvE paradise, and I think that actually we need like a Deep Desert area entirely separate, so that players can separate the idea of farming resources to catch up and play the game from PvPing. But that would mean that you need to give those PvPers actual decent rewards, because, you know, those PvPers are going to be in a different area. They're going to be, you know, engaging in the new content. You need to reward them for engaging. They're not just going to do it for free. Otherwise, why would you do it? You'll just create toxic PvP again, because people will PvP for no reason other than shits and giggles. So PvP needs quite a bit of work, and I'm glad that Funcom are focusing on it, but I don't want them to rush into it for the sake of having PvP fixed, because they need to actually fix PvP.
Someone's here. Sound alarm. I need reinforcements.
And that is pretty much how it's meant to go when everything goes according to plan. It is indeed March already. Yeah, the suspense doesn't hover you for long enough for a 3-mile walk with your dog. You need to get a better suspense belt or a more powerful power pack than Cinders, because that will mean you can suspense for longer. If you spec into things in the exploration tree or in some of the other trees, there are also advantages, like you can use the suspense belt for longer with less power drain. So, you know, there are things that you can do to help your suspensor power drain IRL, Cinders, don't worry. Yeah, PvP needs to have a reason. There needs to be a reason that people are taking the risk. Like, and that's where we've missed it, I think, in the past a few times. Let's go race against time. We can head back, do that one. Ooh, that was nice spasm in the back. A hover belt is great for walking dogs. I can imagine. Yeah, imagine the responsive planar suspensor belt just kind of... You griefed a lot of farms in the Deep Desert in the early days, but only secure large noded islands. So at that point, you're fighting over resources. Fighting over resources is perfectly fair. You know, if you really need the whole spice field, you could theoretically PvP over it, but just expect that someone else will likely come and PvP you back, so no one will end up getting spice. But yeah, PvPing over the Ringmouth Islands used to be a thing, but now no one's trying to keep resources back from each other. But nowadays, you know, we're all sitting on so many resources that PvP culture has changed on our servers. PvPers don't really fight over any of the Deep Desert resources anymore because there's no reason to. Everyone's got enough melange, everyone's got enough, you know, enough plastinium. We don't need to have those fights. We can just collaborate instead. Depends on how tall you are, but a dog big enough that you can ride it, you might as well just get yourself a horse. Go. In Dune or IRL, yes. Yeah, in Dune or IRL, yeah. I've noticed it's true. Do you think the lands degrees need to be improved? Maybe incentivize bribing as a natural melange dump? Maybe. I don't really know that bribing makes a difference anymore. Like, it's... I think there's some iteration to be done on things like bribing in the lands. I feel like if you could bribe a house with Opifire gems or with the transcripts, that gives a use for those items again. That might be a good idea. But I don't think that bribing with Melange makes sense anymore. Melange is just being consumed for the end game now. Yeah, I feel like you'd need to be like a gnome if you want to ride a 30-kilo German Shepherd into battle. It's not like, you know, that's still not a smallish dog, like comparatively, but that's 30. Like, you can't ride a 30-kilo dog into battle. You just can't. I feel like an underrated battle animal is a cow. I think that, you know, battle cows should be more of a thing. I think battle bulls have been overplayed. I think we need to bring back battle cows. Battle cattle, chat. I think it would bring more joy to things like jousting, because rather than having, you know, spiky things meant to work at speed, if you're on battle cattle, then, you know, you would just basically slowly approach each other until one of the cows gets distracted, and you basically got to try and tickle each other off of the battle cattle. Bulls, very different. Yeah, bulls are a different thing entirely. That's for, like, hardcore fighting. You know, that's different. That's... Cows just big dogs? Exactly. That's what I mean. Rather than riding on dogs, let's give dogs a break and we'll have cattle. We have some light bleed on my left. Light bleed. Oh, we do. That is from this. There we go. Oh, I overshot my base. Oh no, it's not fixed. It's just still tiny amount still there. There we go. Let's grab my ornithopter. Thank you very much, Nellis. Okay, let's redeem these. We've already got loads of these. I'm just gonna start redeeming them. Jeez. The inventory just keeps on going. It's amazing. I love it. All the young kids I worked with used to call me Pops the same reason because I suck at PvP, but went to the gun range and they're like, oh, okay, fair. Sounds like a fun experience, to be fair. Do this, this, and this. Still got missiles, still got fuel, still got some emergency health kits, more than enough emergency health kits. Cows can be surprisingly fun. Cows are actually a reasonably large cause of death because people fall asleep in fields and cows sleep on them, if I recall correctly. Like, apparently that's a whole thing. "25 miles an hour, they're rapid, they want to." I just don't really think we need to be having any run-ins with cattle. Horrifying. Claim reward. It'd be rude to not do a Rift Recon run. My local farmer got gored to death by his bull. Yeah, bulls are not... They're not what I would call a calm creature. They're not, you know, safe. Good fun for all the family. Bulls can be... what, wild. Descenders, it's even more frightening when you realize that hippos can run at 20-mile-an-hour like, while shitting. Like, yeah, hippos can run at 20-mile-an-hour, terrifying. But they can also shit and spray it with their tails while they're doing it, like some kind of battering ram with teeth, firing defecation out of one end. Hippos, never fuck with a hippo. Hippos are ridiculous creatures. They might look cute when they're babies, but they're basically just armor plated. It's basically all muscle and bone. Like they're not like manatees, which are kind of like, you know, slow and cute and chubby. They're like death bear horses in the water. They can crush your bones in their jaw. They can, yeah, they're a wild creature. You have to remember, they contend with things like Nile crocodiles and lions. They're not... They have to hold their own in their ecological niche. Like, you know... Hippos are kind of badasses. Hippos do that thing over... like, they can do an absurd distance. Yeah, it's... All I know is hippos are one of the creatures I just don't want to come face to face with at any point. If I'm like out anywhere, like I'd be like, you know what, this is just how I die. Fine, this is where we go. Blushing Cavern. You guessed it, 3 in Blushing Cavern again. The same rotation we do every time. Pinky, try to take over the world. Crocodiles tend to leave hippos alone. I would. If I was a crocodile, I'd leave hippos alone. Hippos and electric eels. If I was a crocodile, I don't think I'd fuck with electric eels either. I just don't want to bite something that's going to zap the fuck out of my brain. That doesn't seem like a good combo. Saw a video of pride lions hanging off one that just walked away and ignored them. Genuinely wouldn't even shock me. I found that recently I don't trust most animal videos I see online because like 30% of them are AI at the very least, but there are also some wild videos of hippos and lions out there from even like 20 years ago. Glue. Glue, chat. Glue. Stingrays also don't fuck with... Yeah, stingrays are pretty hardcore as well. I really like how they have the instructions print on the back and also on the packet, so I can throw the packet away and leave just the glue with the instructions still on it. Step 1. Prepare chat by showing them the glue. Step 2. Position. Place glue near microphone so chat can smell glue through headphones. Okay. Done. Can you smell that delightful glue smell coming through your headphones, chat? You'll probably have to take your headphones off and like sniff your headphones. Don't do that. That's probably a real bad move. In fact, that's probably... I'm going to advise everyone against what I just said. Don't listen to past Chronos. Don't know Chrono. No Chrono. Oh my god. Damn it. You don't use headphones? Okay, don't lick your laptop, you know, speakers or whatever device listening. Don't lick your audio device. That's all I'm going to say. Why are we so slow? I feel like this isn't a full suspensor belt. I feel like this is a responsive planar. It's not preserving momentum in the same way. So I think I'm going to find that was a responsive planar suspensor belt. It was. Haha. I love that when I catch myself out. If you have a foam cover on your mic, don't eat near it, don't smell... yeah, that's... yeah. That's better. Now we're moving at speed. Nope. Boom.
Shield on. Who goes there?
Shields up. Fire coming.
Any more? Yes. I do like the las gun. It is quite fun. Right, now where did Cassian go? I'm sure he's going to be upset. Yeah, there he is.
Reveal yourself.
The clip command broke. I didn't touch anything, Nellis. No. What about it is broken? I've not done anything. Did Nellis break it? I can't believe that Nellis broke it. The variable's not being replaced? Speak to Nellis. Nellis is the one dealing with it. There we go, done. Can't believe somebody in chat glued the variable. I'm not blaming Nellis, I'm just saying that Nellis is the one who's dealing with the command. So if there's something that needs fixing or there's a variable problem, now it works. Well, what? You know, there's only one kind of issue that I can see here, Nellis. It's an issue of skill. I'm not sure I did say make it sticky. Right, we need to go beneath the earth now.
Pressure on the enemy.
That one. Then we do... Nope, not that. That's... You don't mine that with that. That's different. If there's a problem, blame Cronus. If there's a fix, blame Nellis. It's more that if I've delegated a task, just give the info to Nellis, and Nellis will tell me what needs to be fixed, and I can get it done. Nice and quick.
Someone's here. Who's that? I need
Like, while I'm live, I can't be messing around with streamer bot commands and stuff, so if you want the command fixed, that's why I said talk to Nellis about it, because I'm not able to fix it while I'm live. That would be a tomorrow task at this point. Most likely. See what I need to do after stream. Actually, it reminds me, during the break, I need to do something. I'll probably... Did I not complete the false flag strike? That's bad of me, isn't it? I know I forgot a step. What about Klonos? Can he fix it? Not while live. No, I've got to go have a conversation with Klonos. The bodies may have despawned. I can't remember where I killed him, but it was just basically right out in the middle, so his body should be here, and if it's not, then he's he spawned. Yep, my bad. I fucked that one up. Got distracted. Happy Sunday, Chiefer. How are you doing, buddy? The 45 combat, 46 exploration. Okay, we're doing well. Let's get some more explorations in. How many have we got left? We've only got 4 missions left. Oh no, Rift Recon Run. Let's do that. Fremen Finds, let's do that. Sabotage Ward the Taiki, we can do that one. Let's go do Fremen Finds at the... Another Brewer Smuggler's Run, then we'll go do 2 on the Taiki, and then we've got 1 to do back at base, and it's all the missions, and we've got our level 20 mission to do, which is exciting. You're starting a sale of pitchforks? Oh, well, what about burning torches? I feel like burning torches and pitchforks are very in right now. Hanging in there, you can't wait for spring and warm weather. We're getting there, not far away now, hopefully. I know how that is. Tiki torches, we have those for your late night farm needs. Perfect, yep. Just what everyone needs on their farm. Tiki torches, yep. If in the UK, different weather, you'll get different weather in 5 minutes in the UK. No matter where you are, the weather changes about every 5 minutes, it seems. So, it's a whole thing. Cat shilling for the Haga Basin HOA. We've dealt with the HOA there, don't worry. The Haga Owners Association? Nah, don't worry. We're fine. We made a deal. Thank you. I fly around on a suspense belt way more often than is probably normal, but fine. Well, I mean, try living in the Lake District just rains. It's called the Lake District. What did you expect? Like, the lakes just come from what? I know, lakes of Nutella? Lakes of boiling lava. Where did we expect these lakes in the Lake District to come from? What is Blushing Cavern Blasting? What? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about, Balthasar. I don't know what you're talking about. Part 2. And then we're going to get a bunch of enemies in here. Oh, goddamn. That was a good hit. Great timing, that. Blushing Caverns, Blushing. I don't know what you... Oh, you mean Blushing. Oh, okay. I don't know. I think it's been named after the erythrite crystals because they're pink. I think that's why it's called the Blushing Caverns. Lakes of Nutella sounds delicious. Maybe you should go to the Lake District and find out if that's what they've got there. Lakes of Boiling Sulfur are less delicious than Lakes of Nutella, yeah. I think it's... Yeah, I think the Blushing Caverns refers to the pink of the erythrite crystals that one uses to make cobalt.
I see someone.
Whee! Third cultural artifact. If you make a lake of Nutella, it will spoil really quick. I could imagine it probably would. Do you know from experience, Ruchi? Is that what you mean? Yeah, it's Blushing with a U. Okay, what have we got now? Rift Recon Run, Taiki. Heart of the Matter would also be Taiki. Do all the Taiki, then we're back to the Rift Recon Run, and then that's all of those 35 missions done in a day, and it's only taken us 4 hours. Look at that. Chocolate melts a room temperature after you get to critical mass. So the more chocolate you have, the quicker it melts. That's interesting. Why is that? I guess it's absorption of heat. Bacteria generates heat. Hello, dark and stormy nights. How are you doing? Just check our Partner Plus goal to make sure the numbers are still right. It's still telling me 14, so I don't really know what it's talking about. I'm going to leave it at 15 because it might just be Twitch being silly. Have you ever seen a smoking compost pile? Well, you shouldn't be letting your compost piles smoke unless they're old enough. Remember that the age of smoking in your country varies. You shouldn't be giving smoking, you shouldn't be giving compost piles cigarettes, chat. Compost doesn't need cigarettes.
I require assistance. Shields up.
All of them smoke in winter. It's not good for their lungs. They probably shouldn't be doing that. There's warnings on the packets and everything. Oh look, 2 heavies. I'm just making bad jokes about smoking now, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't regret it, just to be clear. But I'm very aware of what I'm doing.
Eyes on target.
Lots of enemies in this room. As always, not the most difficult group of enemies to kill. Then we bring on the next set of our quest objectives. Okay, well apparently I wasn't dodging that one at all. I'm just going down here for a second. We're just going for a bit of a stroll. We're going to wait for our stamina to regenerate at all. Like, yeah, we're at 5% stam. 25% stam. 45, 55, 65. I'm very aware that we're poisoned because of the sniper somewhere. Yeah, come on then, melee guy.
Access granted.
Access granted. That was a bit of a mess. The ads are here, chat. Make sure you grab yourself a drink, look after yourself. I will be right back. Ah, I need to go do my stretches. Luckily, these ones are quite quick, so I'll probably be about a minute. Be right back, chat. I am indeed in a radiation zone and AFK because I think that that's very character building. The longer you spend standing in a radiation zone looking cool in Dune without dying, the more hardcore you are. It's kind of like the cool guys don't look at explosions version, but for Dune. Hi Curly. Hi. I'm special with a capital R. Is that what we're saying? That's what we're saying? Well, that okay. How are you doing, Curly? It's absolutely lovely to see you. I actually legally am. That's what one of my teachers actually called me when I was in school. If you're interested, that's actually what I was called in school. I'm doing really good, thank you. Yeah, we've started March now. It's my birthday month, so I've been tricked into doing a... Fuck, that was my maths teacher in school. She was a lovely lady, except if you were human or breathed or existed. Other than that, lovely person. When's my birthday? The 20th of March. So it's many days away. 19 days. Maths. Yeah, maths with an F. Which year? Every year, James Brown. Every year. Did I forget to... No, I just didn't get close enough to the ornithopter. There we go. Didn't get close enough to the objective point. One mission left for today. One mission left. Secretly a super mutant in Dune. I would do that. I would do, oh, thank you, Kelly. It's very kind of you. How have you been? What have you been up to recently, Kelly? I've been seeing... I've been off stream most days by the time you've been live, so I've not actually seen what you've been doing, but what have you been up to this week? I've got Rift Recon Run. Yours is every year as well? Amazing. I can't believe we both have a birthday every year, James Brown. What are the chances, honestly? There was a weird moment. I was hanging out in... It might have been Bee's stream, Bees with the Knees, and 3 of us in her chat had... Or it might have been Joy's chat, one of the two, but 3 of us had the same birthday out of like 200 people, which is great. I loved that. That was really interesting. What, every year, James Brown? Maybe, yeah. We'll agree which year we want to do it on. Yeah. You've been focusing on Resident Evil because you love the series, but you've been doing really well. You've just been tired. I know what you mean. Yeah, there's lots of stuff been going on. And I think it is very mentally tiring all over right now. But I'm really glad you're enjoying Resident Evil. I have, as a confession, I've never really gotten into the Resident Evil games that much. They're pretty good for what they are, but they're not. It's just not a genre that I've really played a huge amount in. I've been doing really good. We've been doing a lot of Dune. I've been doing a lot of stuff IRL. So last weekend I was all over the place helping people out and doing stuff. I'm just getting ready for... I've got DreamHack Birmingham coming at the end of the month. I've got a subathon coming. I'm trying to start to do some more stuff with the stream. So it's just... There's just so many things to do all the time. And then there's just so few brain cells left in my head to do them with. Which I think is very rude of them. But they're all trying to race to be last place. So... At this point, it's kind of like survival of the fittest for my brain cells, I'm guessing. This one's incredible. You should try it. I just don't... If I don't enjoy the genre, I don't think it's going to be worth doing it. And also, I don't really like some of what Capcom does with their creators and stuff. So there's some other reasons why I don't really like getting that involved in some other stuff that's going on, man. I'm gonna be honest, half my problem with horror games is that the sound gives everything away like a couple of milliseconds before you actually get the processing part of the story. So if you're listening to the sound, you can basically get like a different playthrough of everything going on. The promise I made to Spare Human not to work as much. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't feel like that's the kind of thing that I would promise. Yeah, I know that there are a huge number of people who absolutely love Resident Evil as a franchise and love the story and love all of it, and I completely respect that. You know, I've got my own games that I'm like that with. Anything 40k, I'm very protective of as an IP and as a franchise. So I very much know how that is. This one's pretty good so far. I think that I was talking to Thor about it, and he's basically the same mind that just like horror games aren't really his kind of thing. The old school with fixed camera angles. Okay. I never played any of the Capcom games, like the Resident Evil games growing up, so I think that's probably part of why I've just never really connected to the franchise in the same way. All glory to the Omnissiah. That's one of the many good 40k things. Looking forward to the Warhammer, the Total War Warhammer 40k ones. I am, yes. I think the 40k Total War game could be really, really good. I'm just hoping Creative Assembly do the right thing by the series and the franchise. You don't like horror, but you love the story of Resident Evil. That's really fair. Sometimes I really like that sometimes there are games that are so good that you can put aside what the genre is for the story of it. That's always a really good sign of good writing, I think. So you really know it's well written. You love horror movies, not horror games. Interesting, Curly. Do you know why that is? Is that just because you being in it is too much for you, or it's not like you don't get as immersed because you're too busy making decisions and thinking about what would be done? I'd love to know why, if you know why. I'm just being really curious and nosy. Apologies. I hope the Amazon series won't suck. I do too. I'm hopeful though. I'm reasonably hopeful on that one. There we go. Recollection reward limits reached. What progression did we actually get? Because you put too much of yourself into games and it scares you, so you get like really into it, you get really immersed, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh wait, my nervous system is just absolutely freaking out because I feel like I'm in the game. That's very fair. A little bit funny, but makes sense. Hello, Dex AMD, how are you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Sit melange, let's do that again, so I don't forget to redeem something that I might want down the line, like sandstorm damage reduction. At this point, I'm going to heal inside of sandstorms. Like, another 2, so we've got 21 skill points now. You like more horror games than horror movies? That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, so I need to really decide about what I'm doing about my character's build. I think that's one of the things we need to sort out at some point. So I've got these 21 skill points. I don't know where I'm putting them. And I'm also not really happy with where I've got my current skills and stuff. So I should probably at some point just do a respec. Let's just do this. Okay, we know in terms of abilities, one of the main abilities that I'm going to want is going to be the Shigawa Claw. I always need this. It's an absolute must-have ability. All the way up to maximum level. I've been using that. I don't think there's anything else in the tactical tech tree that I need. So we'll start there. Ability cooldown of 30% could be useful. I mean, reducing the cooldown on terrain by 2 seconds would be quite good. Oh, yeah, of course. I need to relog, don't I? I'll just do a quick game restart while I think about this. Because we basically need to respec how we're doing all of those various abilities, where we've got those points assigned, what makes sense where, because our playstyle has fundamentally changed. We've not done a full rework of our skills since the DLC dropped. We've actually got a fair bit to do here with working out what we actually want. And Dune? Thanks for reminding me, Tanit. Appreciate you. You enjoy watching others play horror games more than playing them yourself. I can see that, yeah. Can you put booster and storage together on the Assault? Yes. Booster and storage is what I use on the Assault. VR Resident Evil fucks you up. You feel exhausted after an hour of play? Well, yeah, because you're really, immersed in the game. Like, I can imagine that VR horror games must be really, really exacting. Like, that must be... Depending on the level of realism, of course. But even then, because VR is so immersive, it's the whole point. It's literally virtualized reality. You get into it in a way that I don't think you would anything else. Like, I can imagine that doing Resident Evil in VR must be, yeah, like you say exhausting. I completely agree. Blows my mind as a concept. Phasmophobia in VR is neat. That's what I mean. Like, I know people do Phasmophobia in VR, and it can be funny, but can also be kind of quite jumpish. I can just imagine. Look at Brave some mental health stuff you do on Sunday mornings. Back to leveling my specs up to 10, 15 in each of my characters. Nice. Nice. Okay, so here we go. 217 skill points. 1 or 2 of them. Okay, we've got Compel back. That's helpful. Okay. We need vehicle repair leveled up, so that's a nice easy starting skill to do. Fuel efficient driver, not so useful, but fuel efficient pilot, very much needed. I fly everywhere. Tank roller yield, I don't necessarily need. I could just be the carrier pilot again, so I'm not going to dedicate a bunch of skills to that if I don't need them just yet. Same with vehicle mining. However, we do want conservation of energy is an absolute must-have skill. So put 1 point here into cut array. Power regeneration is an absolute must-have ability, so this gets all the way leveled up. Maximum power increase is very important, so we have more power. And then this passive ability here, conservation of energy, means that all of our power usage is just 9% less once it's fully upgraded. 9% less power usage means 9% more lasgun. VR Resident Evil is supposed to be really bloody scary. I can imagine like VR Alien, is Alien Isolation. Imagine how scary that would be. Danny boy, yes, you can put storage and a booster together on an assault copter. I've said that, yes. For the second time, the answer is yes. You can put the storage and the booster together on the assault copter, yes. I wonder if you should try Source of Power. 35-second cooldown, but it gives 20 seconds of increased power regen. Well, we have to get 1 point into the Sentinel anyway, even if I'm not going to learn it, because we need this. Garment Keeper and Tailoring are very important for repairing our items. Range damage, I would like to get up to full, because we do use quite a lot of range damage with heavy weaponry. Vice Prescience ability, Hunter Seeker, Stunner. The Hidden Dart. 35-second cooldown, wild. Headshot damage increases. I don't know if any of these are actually that useful. I'm just not sure on Source of Power. Some people swear by Source of Power. It's a very useful ability. Okay, range damage. Let's increase this one again. I've got my heavy weapon damage up higher. Neurostimulants and pain dampeners. You become detached following best targeting and range damage. Snoiler72, thank you very much for your Prime sub, buddy. I really appreciate it. Welcome on in. Hope you're enjoying the stream. How are you doing today? It was infinite power for 30 seconds. That's a 30% change makes it feel. Pan's Labyrinth, that was Spanish. It was set in the fascist wars in Spain. You know, those of you who might remember Pan's Labyrinth might remember the guy with the eyes in his hands, Moloch. Love that film. Very, very good. Del Toro did a great job of doing that. Here we go. We can access Gunsmith from the top end this way. Do this. Game Dadle, thank you very much. Resubs. Oh, gosh. Resub 3 months, tier 1, 9 months. Gabriel, thank you very much for being here, buddy. Whoop, whoop. I really appreciate you. And Curly, 1 month at tier 1 for 4 months in total. Thank you very much. Oh, it's from Toad. It's continuing the one from Toad now. Thank you again, Toad, now for that. Got a lurk? You going to work out? No, Curly, you're the best. Thank you very much for being here, and I really appreciate the lurk. I hope you're having a lovely workout. You'd like to see more weekends like this XP boost, Jaded and Fire said. Doesn't need to be the same level, but some sort of special thing to work towards. Hypothetically, that kind of thing might be possible in future. Well, if I'm going to try this, let's try it. Let's try it properly. I can always respec if I don't like it, but moving faster with the las gun could be useful. Let's do this. Won't unlock that yet. Won't be unlocking this one. Let's look in here. So healing regen limit, not so important, because we're not going to rely on health regen like we used to. We would like to do some... Healing effectiveness is good, because that benefits our... max health in that one. How high does that go? 30% healing regen limit and rate, yeah. Whereas poise damage is being staggered. I don't even know how often we get staggered. Poison tolerance will probably be a good one to do. So we'll put some points to poison tolerance with the poison dungeon. We'll come back to that tree, and we'll go here into the Sword Master, where basically all of our melee needs to be done. So, obviously, blade damage is important. We'll probably want long blade damage as well. Bleed tolerance, solid stance, confidence would be a good one to get to. But we'll take knee charge, because knee charge is actually not a bad ability to have. We want to upgrade our health kit. Restoration is good. We want stamina recovery rate, absolutely critical as an ability. Max stamina from general conditioning, very important as well. This one. Dehydrated stamina limit. We'll increase that by 2, and the optimized hydration is good for going into a large engagement, so we'll take that one. 2 points into here, and we'll put 3 points here and do 15% more long blade damage, because more blade damage. Love it. We've got 31 points remaining, so we could go for vitality for more max health. That's 2. Hit that. We get the max health. More max health is better. We love health. We'll take... I need to get Weirding Step back as well, so let's do that. That blade damage is just all blades. This is short blade damage, so only refers to short blade weapons. So we don't really be upgrading that for what we need. Let's see. Is there anything really obvious that we are missing? I feel like I would like to go and get some more damage mitigation, because that's 15% mitigation is kind of huge. That's 1 point there, 2 points there. This was 7, so we've got 1, 3, and 4. So if we have 1 more skill point, we can get 25% mitigation while we're doing our attacks, which is great. And then he's 1 point in bleed tolerance, 1 point in poise damage reduction. Where else can we put this one singular skill point? Voice cooldowns, minus 8%, done. That's just quicker on Weirding Step, nice. That's going to increase our range damage by 35%. If we pop that before we're killing a boss with the las gun, that could be great. Thoughts on the Swordmaster double attack Spice Melange passive abilities? That's which one is that one? That's up here, this one. I don't know. I've not used it, and it's not one of the ones that's currently on my list. So I haven't tested it yet. At the moment, I want to test out this one first. Dehydration points are worthless. It's only when you've got no water on board. Interesting. Okay, so we could drop those and get that instead at some point if we find this isn't worth it. The hydrated bonus is quite good. So at the moment we're testing these out. Like, if we want to reattribute again, it's going to cost us a little bit of melange. It's not a big deal. Thrive on danger is quite a cool one. Precise power. The other thing I want to test out at some point is this. Source of power could be a really interesting ability. And then Iron Will could also be very interesting to use against the Darkness Dungeon boss. The Darkness Dungeon boss uses Bene Gesserit abilities against you, so that could be quite an interesting one to try out. I've never used... I don't see anybody using Shield Wall, I'm going to be honest. Oh, that was the light engine having an issue a second ago. My strat with dueling is to cripple strike them, then pop that and use ambition to get them to dash and drain stamina, and then you hit them with double attack. The problem is, doesn't it only work while prescient? Yeah, it's while Spies prescient, so I don't use prescience very often, so that's one of the reasons why I generally tend not to use those abilities very much. How fast do I move with this now? Oh yeah, I can move quite quickly with this now. Not as fast as with the sword. Okay, well, we've got Revenge Most Toxic to do if people want to see me do the next bit of story. 6. I use prescience when I fat finger it more often than I choose to do it. Oh, okay. Thank you, sticky plane ornithopter thing. Sticky fingers. Damn it. Sticky keys. Yeah, we can just fly into the wall like that. That's perfectly fine. What's the problem? Where am I going? The Spire. I'm going to Harco Village. One second, chat. Oh, shit, that's not how you spell that. Blah, 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 22. Here we go. Why didn't that copy properly? Hmm. The PP Sans Snaggeroid, that refers to the Partner Plus program over on Twitch. Partner Plus. Puts a Beast Raban in this. Let's see, what else have we got? 55 meters away this way? I don't really remember going this way. I don't really remember speaking to Beast Raban at any point. So this could be interesting. Interact. An ominous tension hangs heavy over the side entrance to the spire, like the mouth of a cave containing a mythical beast. Into the spire. Oh. Oh. Oh, high tension moment.
Alec, I'll chew your spleen. I'll have Peter keep you alive while your organs are arranged on a table in front of you.
Wow.
No. Death is too good for the cur. He must feel the weight of slave chains again. I'll keep him as a pet. Hobbled. Vocal cords removed.
Well, you're obviously very busy, my lord. Just give me the pertinent details of my mission. Or tell me, my lord, what has Gurney Halleck done? Do I care? Do I care about Beast Raban? He seems real grumpy. He definitely woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Yeah, but I also like quest and loot. I robbed him of an informant. Oh, okay.
Valuable things. He must be recovered.
This guy's so friendly. Oh, wake and bake. I'm not entirely sure that we have the same definitions of friendly. This guy likes to flay people. Okay, what do you intend to do? Or even worse, my lord, this man tried to kill Fade Routher recently. You should probably tell him that. I mean, he's your brother.
Do not interrupt me
Okay,
again.
sure. Fine.
I'll draw Halleck out. I'll hunt him
He doesn't
down
really care about Fade
myself.
Routher. Fine.
I will.
Now we know where he stands about his brother, at
will.
least.
No, I must be patient. I must not obliterate unthinkingly. I must know my purpose. It's the informant that matters. Get him back from me. We can teach Halleck a lesson at the same time. A humiliating lesson.
I mean, I facilitate
There's
this.
an outpost I want you to visit. A false distress call will lure a group of Atreides soldiers led by Halleck's protege, Captain Moser.
Captain
They
Moser.
have the informant I seek.
Am I to engage them?
You'll detonate a neurotoxin bomb. Peter's vicious tinkering. Let those wretches choke. Let Halleck's beloved young pup puke up his own organs.
What did he inform?
Find him and give him the antidote. Other agents will fetch him for me.
Okay, so there's an outpost. A false distress call will learn a group of Atreides. Okay, 500 House Harkonnen standing and 13,000 Solaris. Okay, I'm not going to say no to
That is
those.
the path to Halleck's suffering. That is the path to...
I don't really want to go 1v1 with Gurney Halleck. I'm going to be really honest with you. Like that does seem slightly inadvised. I've got a lot of spice, but I'm not Gurney Halleck good. Like, well, okay. Well, back to our normal broadcast. Wow, every time we speak to Raban, I'm just kind of left slightly disturbed. There's a new location on the overland map to go to, apparently. No, we don't want that one. Not Fallen Light. Arsunt Garrison. I don't think that had always been here. I'm fairly sure that wouldn't have been here. I haven't just missed that the entire time I've been flying here. I'm fairly sure that's new. Okay, travel to the Assunt. I've done that. Did them.
Our mark is a guild-mentat actuary who dug a little too deep into the house ledgers. Your mission is to locate and secure the bean counter.
The bean counter, okay.
To this outpost with a distress beacon hidden within. They're searching the outpost now, which leaves them easy prey to a targeted gas attack. But first, make your way into the outpost. Just be sure to follow my instructions to the letter.
I'm definitely following his instructions to the letter. Ooh. Ah. Oh. Ooh. This place has some great tile sets. I hope they expand the Atreides with some of these options. Okay, interesting. I like the layout so far. What are we talking about? We've got a little here. Sabotage. Why not?
Someone's here. Sound the alarm.
I'm guessing there's another console somewhere around here. Ooh. No, if they're Mark 6 or something, that can be worth looting, but... Mark 5s. Power pack Mark 5s. Never what I want. Never what we want. I think it's a crime for the photosynthesis once again pretty much boilerplate copy paste, the point of being useless. Yeah, I think that's not really a great feature for some games. Green? That's not the one that we need. I should have let these guys run to where they were going to, because I'd really love to know. Where were they headed? Ooh. Oh, that's all right, Charon. You're allowed to be grumpy when you get flashbanged by a game, even despite photosensitivity warnings. That one's locked. Was it green? I don't remember the door being a green one, but I could be wrong. Until you're up. It was green. Okay. That's definitely helpful. Oh, the big blue glow is helpful. Directly on all the air vents. This is a great place to place these, to be fair. Good job. He's not wrong. It's probably a good place to put them. Proceed deeper into the outpost. No Man's Sky flashbang every time you... I didn't need that. I was fine. I didn't need any of those stims. That's slanderous. Oh, maybe that was the injection for the anti-venom, or the antitoxin. Oops. I really wish they did the big blue glow to remind me to do the clickies during the testing station quests. Hurts to get to the end of what and forgotten to do them. Yeah. I'm helping. That might seem like it was unfair, but it was fun, and therefore it's okay, chat. Oh. The informant lies on the ground, paralyzed and breathing shallowly. He's clearly under the effect of the neurotoxin and close to death. Administer the antidote.
Good. The bean counter remains salvageable. Now to our other problem. Captain Hannibal Moser. Three-time medal winner for most pompous name. You're going to find him and put him down.
Hello, Volkarma. How are you?
To meet Moser. They don't call him Gurney's own for nothing. He's Halleck's personally trained attack dog. I am told they were spawned in the same slave pit than Gidi Prime.
These enemies have quite a lot of health. Not enough health, but still quite a bit. We can make that work. I'm doing very good, thank you, Volkama. Yeah, doing all right, thank you. Having a nice kind of chill Sunday. It's going very well. Oh, enemies. Oh, those guys got shields. That's rude. Rocket launchers. Who needs to advertise when you can do that? Oh yeah, I mean, Dune, they're famous for coming up with some pretty wild poisons.
Someone's shields up.
Someone. I got you.
Death. Access granted. Certainly an interesting area. I don't mind it. It's kind of nice. It's nice to have a new area and a new tile set and new layouts, that's for sure. Ooh, is this where the captain is? Hello, Capitan? Capitan? Hello? Hello there. Any captains around? You know? Captain Mouseman? I'm really hoping that wasn't Captain Mauser, because that would have been a real easy kill. This might be Captain Mauser. I'm going to be honest, this feels like an easy kill too.
Good work. Get him secured and visible. Lord Laban likes a demonstration. We'll take
Why do I use the rad suits? Because the rad suit's pretty much the best armor that I've got, and it just means I don't have to switch out when I am doing other things. It's better than my other armor was because it's a grade 1 rad suit. It's an outpost. Oh, this will be nice. We'll just leave him out in the open somewhere, you know? What are we hanging him from? Okay. Isn't the rad suit weak against electric? That's why I don't go up against electric very often. Okay, hello, Harkonnens.
Good news. The bean counter is breathing better and his eyes are tracking. He may never open his mouth without drooling, but he's clear for interrogation. House business completed.
Okay, we're gonna go back and see
Lord
Raban.
Raban will want to see you. Don't keep him waiting. I will make sure Captain Moser doesn't expire too soon.
Are we the bad guys? Chat, are we the bad guys? I'm getting conflicting information. How do you start the quest? I hit level 19 faction represented, like with my faction. For the greater good. Maybe we're all the bad guys. Maybe this is Warhammer 40k. You talk to Raban, you go to If you've spoken to Raban, Nezarick, you should have a mission to go to a location. Listening to your mods is not always wise. It depends on the mods. You never know. Maybe the bad guys are the friends we made along the way. You know what, Clarachito, I agree with that. If you've got Raban's Revenge, it should tell you where you're going. If Nezarick, if you've got the quest Raban's Revenge, it'll tell you where to go, because it tells you in here, Raban's Revenge, travel to the Arsant garrison from the Overland map. If you have the correct quest, the journal entry tells you where to go. So follow the quest. If you've got this quest, follow this. The journey, J. If you haven't got this, you're not on the same quest. Yeah. Well, you've got the journey, and then you've got the contract, which is different. Yeah, the story is not doing that one just yet, but we're still doing Revenge My Slots. So the ads are about to start, chat, so make sure you get up, stretch your legs, have a drink. I will be right back. Hello, I am back, chat. Sorry about that. I have returned. Hello, welcome back. I hope you all descrungled during the ad break appropriately. You love how Jules start. Well, that's because everyone's getting up to stretch their legs, Balthazar. That's the point. That means everyone's doing what they're meant to, I would assume. So that's what, you know, that's fine. Hello, Gryffindor Grandpa. We are doing good, thank you, buddy. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Right, we're gonna go see Raban again, chat. Let's pause this. Raban's normally pretty gravelly and even micro nap. Well, enjoy this. This will wake you up.
You return. Peter hisses interesting things in my ear.
Complete contract. The deed is done, my lord.
That is what I hear. I want to hear it from you.
Informant is secured. The informant managed to capture their asset as well. I did all that was asked and more. The trade you suffered. Drop Peter. Give me his. I don't want Peter's position.
You also captured Captain Moser, a valuable prize. Why not boast of it?
I know my lord will rule my rightful due without me singing my own praises. My accomplishments are nothing compared to my lord. There we go.
Never mind. Your chirping irritates me.
Interesting.
Just tell me, did Moser suffer?
I laid him out and hung him like a cut of meat to be delivered to a cook.
You did your part. You did it well. I'll keep you a while longer. Perhaps I'll allow you to join one of my hunting parties sometime soon.
Hunting parties? And what of Captain
Peter
Moser?
will keep him alive. Somewhat. This will agonize Halleck. My plan, it worked. Even Uncle will have to admit that, the bloated bastard. He must!
Ooh, we've got a couple of options here. Mentat, Bondsman, or just the default. I calculate the uncle's judgment is the prime motivator of your actions. That's probably going to piss him off. I have risen above those who are above me. Perhaps you'll rise above him. Or your uncle's recognition seems very important to you. Yeah, I don't think they're hunting something normal. Let's go with Bondsman.
You speak treason.
Amusing treason. I mean, it's very normal for Harkonnen.
Treason. I am the beast, the blunt tool of the Baron. That is what he made me.
Well, he made him.
I could have
I
been
can't.
more.
I always forget about
But
Raban.
I'm
What
learning.
happened? How has he been
Years in
shaped into
war of
this?
Assassins, I'm learning to be patient, learning to play his game. I think maybe you were underestimated as well. Perhaps we'll play this game more. Perhaps together, we will teach a lesson to those who underestimated us.
If I may, my lord, why do they call you the
Why
Beast?
do you ask? Are you looking for a story? Do you think I might lunge at you and dash your skull upon the floor?
Why? Now you mention it, maybe a little bit. Like, maybe I'm slightly worried. There are stories of unholy strength, titan fury, and sadistic cruelty.
Sadism. Sadism wastes time. You're thinking of Peter. You're thinking of my brother. When I was a child, if I saw a scorpion, I would smash it.
Mash it.
Fade would take the entire fucking day pulling off each of its legs while talking it to death.
Okay, from your perspective, how goes the war?
Expensive. Never ending. All these dainty little dances and maneuvers. Cold conflicts make my limbs cramp up.
You must at least be happy the Sardaukar have wiped out your old foes, the Fremen.
Do I look happy? They call me Beast, the blunt tool of the Baron.
He's
But
giving
I
away
am
an
the
awful lot about
only
himself. I'm
one
really fine
who
with
ever
this.
respected the threat of the Fremen.
Okay.
I hunted the Fremen. I tortured and slaughtered them. I strung up their children as scarecrows in the desert. But I have never underestimated them.
My lord, are you saying the Fremen might still be out there?
My uncle misjudges me.
Chrono
He's
D-Face.
clever. He can whisper words in a grown soldier's ear that would make them piss themselves. But dearest uncle has a flaw. The
Interesting.
Baron underestimates his foes and his subordinates. And if anyone in this room breathes a word of this outside these walls, I swear, you will sweat blood. You will find out why they call me Beast.
I will take my leave. Goodbye, my lord. Thank you for supporting your house. Well done. You've facilitated reached rank 20 with your aligned house and climbed to the end of the ladder for now. New missions await in chapter 4. Interesting. Okay. Very cool. I like that a lot. I think we're in a really good position in the story for some really cool stuff to develop in Chapter 4. I'm very excited about the Chapter 4 release that's going to come later this year. It's already been a month, I guess, basically, you know, since we got Chapter 3. Give or take, you know, a few weeks. 13,000 Solari. I can just put that straight into my bank. I'm nowhere near that. Have you even joined a faction yet? Oh, Griffin Grove, there is absolutely no rush. You've got hundreds of hours of enjoyable gameplay ahead of you. Yeah, you're in a good position. That server we updated the moves in a few days. The devs are indeed moving fast. I really like working with Funcom. They really know what they're doing in terms of, you know, making some progress. And once they make a decision to make something work, they really do put their all into it. So I'm glad they're listening to the feedback about Chapter 3 and they're making a bunch of improvements and fixes. And I'm just excited to see where we get to with Chapter 4 ultimately.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw? How much
Deposit
Solaris
all
would
of the Solaris. Why can I see a hair somewhere? What's going on? Okay, fine. Wild. Let's see schematics. Executor's boots. Did I just buy those? Weird. There's no sorting by grade in this one. Okay, you can only sort by grade. In the other one. Okay, interesting. 30. There you go, there's a tier 1 shell burster there, grade 1 shell burster. No disruptors, no spit darts or long shots. Surprised that no one's put up a Regis triple shot higher grade, really. Nothing on the drill shots, nothing on the... Oh, there's a bunch on the rocket launchers. Grade 4 Ancient Way? Wow. Wow. Grade 4 Ancient Way. How much damage will that do? You know what? I'm actually kind of tempted. You know what? I'm just going to do it. Why not? I've got the money. I can afford it. These will have come from someone like Mighty Orange. That's where these will have come from. Same with the higher tier Pyrockets. If there's any of these of a higher tier, I imagine they'll come from him farming the missions. It's just the grade 1s in there. And then the las gun. No las guns in there. Sad. Dodge. Nothing in there on vehicles. What about tools? Ooh, people are saying schematic patterns as well. That's useful. Very cool. Very cool. Happy birth month. Just about to birth month too. Oh, it's a great month to have a birth in. I'll be real. It's gone well. Where do I pick up my items again? I think I go into my orders, don't I? I did buy 2 of them. Nice. Okay. Cool. Okay, let's give us some music back and we'll go from there. Why not? Yours is in January, also a good time to have a birthday. I really enjoyed when somebody asked what
back.
year and I said every year. That was probably my favorite part of today so far, I'm gonna be honest. Right, what else have we got to do? So we've still got exponential growth, but that's not really one that we want to be tracking in terms of mission. In J. We'll stop tracking that. I don't know how to get rid of these. Your birth anniversary is every year? I can't believe it. I can't believe your birth anniversary is every year, Balthazar. Save some birthdays for everyone else, please. God.
What will it be?
Oh, we've got a few thousand script for house script. Sometimes you look at your twin brother and say, when I was your age, and proceed to tell him what I was doing 45 minutes ago. That's funny. That's the kind of twin humor that I would really enjoy. Do I have anything I can buy? I've already done that this week. I've already bought my off-world Regis compound this week. So we've got Landsrad. We need to do quests on like different trees so we can push beyond totally normal neighbors. That's my old guild. So that's literally the old guild that we can't vote in is totally normal neighbors. But these bodyguards we can vote in, so I can actually try and get in some points. We can actually, you know, exercise our will somewhat in the Landsrad now. I've definitely completed those missions. They're just part of the bug where he hasn't closed off the missions. I think I might need to go back to the trading post and speak to each person potentially who runs them. I think if you speak to the person who gives them, it can clear it out sometimes. Need to go to the desert. Oh, they're both the desert ghoul though. They are completed. Oh, some of them are repeatable. If you talk to them again, you get a new quest. That might be what it is. But you grew up in the same room, but you haven't got the same accent. That's fascinating. Does one of your parents have a different accent to the other? That might seem like a very non-sequitur question. I've just realized that asking that kind of question is a bit of an odd one. I'm gonna be real. My theory there is, for the people who are wondering what my thought process was, theoretically, if the two parents have different accents and one child gets on better with one parent than the other, they might have taken the primary accent from the primary parent each. That was born in a different state? Yeah, see, that's what I think it could be. It could be. You would just pick up one accent or the other, potentially. It's really interesting. There's all kinds of reasons why that might be. That's fascinating. I love that. That's really cool. The way that like a small difference in upbringing, or even like even one decision or one conversation can make on a life is fascinating. Human brains are weird as is, but like that's, yeah, it's an interesting one. Okay, let's put that there so Luther can make that for me when he's back from his trip. Put one of those in there as well, and I'll redeem the other one. Just a lot of random shit in this chest, to be honest with you. Your accent sounds like someone from another country that learned the language. Is that because you like listened to too much American TV when you were young, so you've got kind of like an American blended accent? Because I think I know a few people who were like expecting to get American accents and then didn't. They were like, oh, but why do I not have an American accent? Well, it's because you're surrounded by people who don't have an American accent all the time. Why? Do this. I might need to replace my power pack soon, and my suspensor belts are getting a bit worn. Okay, we're gonna do a trip into the deep desert to go and look for some fallen ships, because who doesn't love blueprints? Bit of a slow fly for a while I chat with you guys. When you were young, you only had local TV and your friends found out South African speaking Portuguese sounded like you? Interesting. You have a Swedish accent. When I was with Europe from Northern Ireland, you adopted more of that. Accents are great, and some people will pick them up and some people won't. And it's again, it's another really interesting thing, the way that we conform with accents more than we would think we do. Let's see this. You're hoping for British if you listen to me enough. I'm not sure that's how it works, but good luck. I wish you the best of luck with picking up the British accent. It's about to watch a lot of British TV like Downton Abbey and they start sounding like they're from London unintentionally. That's incredibly funny. I love that. That's really great. I entered the deep desert in the wrong area. I should have gone for Bravo 7, therefore the other side. Oh, let me look at this. The British accent is what? Why are you talking like you're Jonathan Wass? British. You know that not all British people have the issue where they can't say their R's. You know the broken glide? I mean, it's just it's a perk of the job. I've invested a lot of my time into flying, into exploration, and now I get to fly around much more freely, much more, you know, absent-mindedly. I don't think this is a bad thing. I think it makes perfect sense in my opinion. I think that we're allowed nice things sometimes. I think that I've earned nice things. No, we're just really good at riding thermals now, Lynette. That's what it is. Yeah, we're just really good at riding the thermals. There's somebody else here. Man, I hate when there's a traffic jam at the loot cave. Am I going to be able to do all 35 this weekend? Done. Done. Cleared, Lynette. Done. All 35 done today. Thank you. It did take us like 4.5 hours, but hey, it was worth it. We're getting loads of loot from... Okay, that perk at level 40 exploration is kind of putting in work right now. Have I tried fried crispy cat butt? No, I definitely haven't. That sounds like an odd thing, Saint Crit. I'm not sure that's food. Also, I think you might have typed that into YouTube rather than Google. One thing I want to see as we fly this way is how much of this is getting cleared. So you can see this is getting cleared out significantly wider than before. The normal channels were this wide. The fact that it's clearing out all the way to there is absolutely insane. There to there versus this wide before. Look at that difference. I mean, that's insane. I love that. That's great. As a solo player, is it worth it to have carrier for cargo transport only? No solo crawler? Yes, Tanit. The carrier cargo container is a real game changer. The fact that you can fill it with 150 bodies if you need to is great. Hello, was it? I'm doing very, very well, thank you. Yeah, doing really good. I'm really enjoying Dune, done our missions today. Now we're just having some time in the deep desert, going through the loot caves. There are 5 of them this week, which is great. Especially now we've got the perk that we get from this ability at level 40 here, where we just get increased amount of loot when we loot. More loot when you loot, better loot. Like, it's just I cast more loot. And at level 50, which we're not far away from, we get another row of inventory slots. So we'll be up to 50 inventory slots with 200 and something carry weight. It'll be 200 and... By default, is it not 175? We should be at nearly plus 100 on that. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be absolutely amazing. Working towards getting a carrier container, throwing these double mining halls back into Stealth Opera Trouble. Do you want any help, Jester Dave? Do you want to borrow a Thopter? Like you can borrow a carrier and a container? But no, I'm doing very, very well, thank you. Okay, well, this isn't worth my time anymore. But I'm kind of committed. Worth. Let's take all of this. You went Jasminian mining, your volume is currently 220. One node of the kind's maxed your backpack. It's great. You find something that does with another player in a sandworm, you don't have to outrun the sandworm, you have to outrun the other player. That's not always true, because it depends on who's caused the most aggro to the sandworm. To be honest with you, in that situation, I would go down the shit yourself route. That's what I would advise. Strategically shitting yourself and crying. Done. Because the worm might just clear that first player out and just keep going straight for you. Hello, Restless. Yeah, so the loot caves are Bravo 9, sorry, Bravo 7 down here. You then have Delta 9 up here, this one. You've got Foxtrot 6, so this one over here. You've got Echo, actually it might be Delta 4. Delta 4 here. And then you've got Foxtrot 1, which is over... Yeah, here we go, Foxtrot 1. That's the 5th one, where they all are. Hopefully that helps you find some additional shiny loot this week, Restlessly. Or Restless. Or Restlessly. Right, let's have a look. Are there any fallen ships around? Slash, do we have any eyes on any fallen ships in the deep desert? Catch you later, Chanel Hook. Thank you very much for being here. Good luck getting food. Hello, Hardware Junkie. How are you? No, not a problem, Stuka. Happy to help. There's 5 of them this week on our servers, so definitely take advantage of it while you can. You missed D9. That makes sense. Makes sense. Easily done. Oh, it's a small spice field. It's not even worth it. It's not enough spice to properly sniff. Not the same. You're good? I'm glad to hear it. How is your Sunday going? You're having good Sundays out there, chat? Having an enjoyable weekend? Slow down. Here we go. It's another one. Loot cave number 3. This one's actually in the PvP area, so if it wasn't our server's culture, I'd be... Hello, Bailey. Hi. Matt. Hello, baby boy. Yeah, who's a sweet prince? What have you been up to today? Have you been sleeping? Have you been lounging around in my chair because you like it? It's a good chair, isn't it? He is indeed a tiny boy. Look at him. He's just so small. He's so small, but got so much loudness in him. The real streamer has arrived indeed, LJ, yes. You had a surprisingly great weekend. I'm really pleased to hear that, Balthazar. I'm glad you've had a good weekend. So small, but so floof. He's small, but loud, aren't you? Yeah. Yeah, little quiet. Okay, he's gonna have a little clean. Let's give him a minute. He obviously hates affection. Oh yeah, yeah. He really hates, you know, love, fuss. He really hates chicken as well. Absolutely can't stand the stuff. I am doing good, thank you, Beth. So yeah, I mean, it's been a very productive weekend. I certainly got a lot done. It was nice to have a bit of a hangout and chat. Hi. Yeah, you're probably wanting attention because you know that it's not a normal day that we're on stream, isn't it? Meow, I know. Whee! Yeah, did you join in with that, B? Did you join in with the wee? Who's a sweet baby boy? It is you, isn't it, Bailey? Yeah. Well, we're not in the PvP area right now, so I can give you some love and some fuss, can't I? Hi. Wait. Isn't it? It is you. Who's the little fella? Yeah, it's you. Yeah. Should I move this cable again for you? Yeah? Oh, hi. Hi. How dare I stop giving you fuss and affection? You don't even pay rent. I know. You just rock up and you just kind of help yourself and you're gonna go and have a snack. He's gone for a snack, chat. He's gone for a snack. Well, that was rude, wasn't it? Fine, let's clear you out for other people more than anything. Well, these ones were a little bit spicy in here, apparently. So, you know, we've dealt with that now, apparently. I mean, if we've looted that, like, if we've killed them all, then we might as well, you know, help ourselves to the whole place, right? Why would I leave loot behind if I've done the work? Done. Can chat have a snack? Yeah, chat can have a snack. Did you bring your own? We can give chat a nice relaxing grand ping. There you go, see? Nice and relaxing, right? Ooh, that was the sound of spent bullet casing. Ooh. You're very welcome. You sit down and suddenly grand ping. That's what a great surprise, honestly. Rather than my knees clicking when I sit down, I would love it if they made the grand ping. It would be really funny to go and see a new doctor and then just sit down in the room and then for both knees to erupt with a grand ping. Hello, yeah. Okay, yeah, switching post. Is it this that you want? You want this? Okay, you want to have a clean. Oh, you just yanked out of my hands. Did you get your spider? Oh, good job. Who's a good boy? I looked away for a second and he was gone. I can't help you here. I think that might have been the zoomies. I agree with you, Zidane, yeah. I apologize. How old? Looks young. He is 16 years old, Restless. Yeah. He is an elderly gentleman cat. He basically leapt off screen. He doesn't look or act like he's 16. He looks or acts like he's about 6. But he is indeed 16 this year, yeah. I met him when he was 13, so... Yeah, he's doing really well. I'm really pleased. I'll be getting the vet to come and visit again soon because it's I like to get them to come and visit about once every 3 to 6 months just for a checkup at the moment. He was, for those of you who might remember, he was a little bit unwell last year in October as the season changed and got a bit colder. It turned out that it was basically because the hairballs were becoming a problem for him as he's getting older, and he was getting his really kind of like fine, thick winter coat in, and he was just struggling to clear the hair, so he was being sick quite a lot. So he's doing a lot better now. We're just keeping an eye on it, but it's probably good for us to get a checkup on him, you know, as we get into spring and summer. Vet makes house calls. Yeah, there's a few vets near me that will do like a house visit service because they recognise that not all pets can travel, which I'm really grateful for, because while I didn't necessarily know this originally, at one point during after B had been sick last year quite a lot, his owners informed me that he doesn't like car journeys at all. Like, he does not like car journeys. Like, apparently he, like, you know how like ferrets and skunks and stuff and mustelay will spray when they're scared or when they're, you know, defensive? Well, cats can do that too, and yeah, apparently he really doesn't like car journeys. He like really doesn't like a car journey. Oh no, exactly. Yeah, it's a real oh no moment. So yeah, that's what we do, just to Dave. But there's a certain amount that we can't necessarily get to, or that he will do. It smells horrible. Luckily, I've never had to find out. It's mostly because it's the really, really thick, downy fur kind of that you get, like, very, very deep when it's, like, fresh. Almost like duck down. Hello, WL Blaskovitz, how are you doing? You crouch into stealth, the cracking of your knees alerts the guard. Exactly. That's what happens. That's why you don't see anyone who's doing a stealth build after, like, 35, because they can't go down to that crouch and back up. It's why you're forced to stop teabagging at a certain age as well. Because going up and down, the teabagging, not doable. Doing well at the moment? I'm really pleased to hear that, bud. Glad. How's your Sunday going? He looks like a long head. He must get super fluffy. He does get very fluffy in the summer. Sorry, in the late winter and then spring, and then gets Thinner fur in summer, obviously it's hotter. To a summer kitchen. Yes, I'm doing really well, thank you. Yeah, it's a very nice Sunday. Just chilling. Thought I'd do a bit of an extra stream because I was doing my Dune missions. Because we had 35 mnemonic recollections and double XP for them. So I was like, yes, thank you. That was very nice. We've used that to get to level 47 exploration and 45 combat, which is good. Is he my only pet? Yeah.
Sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, okay, that's nice. Thank you, Sandstorm, for spawning in directly on the border of the cell that I'm in. Yeah, so when I moved into this house, he was living in the garden. So, I haven't gotten any more pets, we've not got any more kittens or anything, because he moved out of his house originally, where his actual old owners used to live, because they got a dog, and B just wasn't he wasn't, I think, at 13 years old, able to deal with a dog in his house. So he moved out and into the garden of the house next door, which at the time was vacant, and then I moved in. And then every morning he'd be on the front doorstep asking for attention, you know, wanting to say hello. He'd want to hang out, he'd want to come in the house, and we just kind of let him. And here we are 3 and a bit years later. He's now my son. He now wakes me up at 6 o'clock in the morning telling me that he hasn't been fed for 1,000 years. Because it's getting lighter in the morning, he thinks it's you know, earlier than he thinks it's later than it is. Or he knows exactly what time it is and he's just doing it to mess with me.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
We've cleared the sandstorm pretty much. I mean, JB, you could just go to bed, right? You could go to bed. You do have that option. It's like, it's after midnight for you, right? Technically, you bought a house with existing tenants in it. Well, he wasn't a tenant. He's got no tenancy agreement. He just thinks he's the landowner, and I haven't got the hearts telling him that he doesn't own the house. So this is the way it is. But no, I'm not planning on getting any more pets. My basic plan is broadly to give Bailey the best possible life I can until he passes away. He could live another 5-10 years, theoretically. You know, a cat that's looked after and looks after themselves well can live an awfully long time. It's just about the amount of water he has. He is a male cat and isn't very good at drinking. But we can give him cat-safe milk, and we can give him, you know, food that's quite rich in water to keep him going for longer. And we can just give him a happy life where he's safe and he's not got to worry. That's all I can really do. And until then, I'm not too fussed about pets. My plan. The oldest cat you ever saw in person was 24. Exactly. Like, it's... The thing about a cat is, like, when you're preparing for the cat to pass away, they'll outlast you. That's the problem. Like, when you don't expect it, that's how it is. That's how I see it. So, you know... If I plan for it and I'm going in with the awareness, he'll basically live until I'm like 320 in this clone, and he'll still be alive and some kind of superhuman. Chat is my other pet. No, that's not true. I'm not cleaning up after chat. That's no. There's a line. I'm not feeding chat either. Glue is enough, and you know, I wouldn't give my pets glue, but I would give chat glue. You prepared for your eldest cat to pass away for 8 years? That's what happens. The vet tells you that your cat's got, you know, 2 or 3 weeks to live. So you put it onto like a fresh fish diet because, you know, you want their final days to be comfortable and happy, and you want them to enjoy themselves. Then that cat lives for another 5 years and won't eat anything but fresh fish. I've met a cat like that before. She was skin and bones at 10. That's just how she was. See, B's full of chonk. He's just a chunky boy. Hilariously. He's a few hundred Horcruxes lying around. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with B living forever if that's what he wants to do. It's his choice. That's his choice, and I would support it if that's what he wants. Like I said, it's my son. The chat, Balthazar says boys are supposed to be chunky, so you know, you've heard it here. There you go. That's how we know that dad bods are in. Because somebody in chat says that boys are meant to be chunky, and I'm taking it out of context for fun. Better give him more chicken. I should give him more chicken. That's the plan. That's what we do with B. Okay, chat. The ads are going to be here in 18 seconds. I'm going to get up and go do my stretches on the stairs, where I'm going to go and dip my heels, etc. You mean like Jason Momoa? Yeah. Jason Momoa's definitely got a dad bod. Sure. Jack Black, dad bod. Fine. Okay, chat. I will be right back. Those ads are just going to start up any second now. So look after yourselves, grab yourselves a drink, grab yourselves a snack, and I will be right back. I will also check on B at the same time and find out where he zoomed off to. Whoop. Guess who I found? He's small and loud. It's not Danny DeVito. No, it's not. It's Bailey. It was I found Bailey. I didn't find Danny DeVito while I was doing my stretches. Welcome back, everyone. How are you doing out there? So, Ruchi, you say that small and loud Iron Mouse. I have my own headcanon for Iron Mouse, and don't tell Iron Mouse this. I believe that the fundraising that's been going on for the IDF, or the Iron Mouse Defense Fund, is a bit like a Pacific Rim style kaiju, and actually they're building a big wall around where Iron Mouse lives to make sure that they can defend against Iron Mouse's sheer power. I think that Iron Mouse might actually be ginormous and like a giant iron mecha. I reckon that's what Iron Mouse is doing secretly. And I support that, you know? I think that we could do with more kaiju-style enemies and no supervillains. I would fully support Iron Mouse's rise to supervillainess. Supervillaindom. Supervillainhood? I'm fine with that, but I think that's a good storyline. You know, she'd be inside piloting it. That's what I think is going on here. That's what it is. The Iron Mouse, exactly. If she does, I'm gonna be a minion. Okay, I'm glad that you guys are signing up early for minionship. That's a good sign. I can tell you're very dedicated to the cause. She's getting better too, health-wise. That's very good news. That's very, very good news. I have so much time for Iron Mouse. She's really, really lovely. She was very, very kind to me before I was streaming. Like I said to you before, like a lot of the ways that I've judged a lot of streamers before I started streaming was how they would treat you if you weren't already a streamer. You know, they're not. I mustn't have been the kind of person who will engage with you because you've got X number of followers, or you know, you've got Y type of content. If you're a good person or like a nice person, Iron Mouse will want to interact with you. That's kind of how that goes. I have a lot of respect for that. Her, Pete, Connor, all the same. Pete, formerly known as Premier 2. The artist formerly known as Premier 2. And Sea-Dog, the artist formerly known as Sea-Dog VA. That one's less of a change. Iron Kaiju would be hilarious. I would watch an Iron Kaiju film. You still can't get used to his new channel name? Which one? Sea-Dog or Pete? I feel like Sea-Dog's not that much of a change now, so you could probably get used to that one quite quickly. He just dropped the VA. Pete, yeah. Nah, Pete's the nicest dude. I've got so much time for Pete. Anything Pete ever needed, I'd be there for him. He's such a good dude. Genuinely. I was mortified when I saw he was getting a bunch of flack on Twitter for something that was misunderstood. Nobody used the VA anyway? Well, exactly. Yeah, I've just called him Sea-Dog. You watched Pete before you found Thor. That's actually really awesome. But I'm wondering if we're still going to call it Premiere Con, because that's what we do at TwitchCon EU. We go for Premiere Con at the end, which is Pete's like he puts on like he basically books a bar and they arrange it and it's really awesome every year. But now it's going to be called PeteCon, or is it going to be something called Premiere Con? I'm not going to know. I'm having some kind of crisis. What is my TwitchCon without Premiere Con? It's the best part of TwitchCon. You don't watch Pete, you have no respect for fake mustache users? Ah, so you probably don't like the Primogen either. So that makes sense. That's where I get all of my glue tips from Primogen. He knows all about mustache glue and extensions. It's fascinating. Very, very interesting content. Oh, he wants to call it the Peter Files. That's gonna become problematic. Especially if you invite any Americans. Because British people will say Peter Files. But Americans like to get a bit slow with the T in things, and they pronounce it as a D. That's gonna get awful. People are gonna get real confused. You people who like watching Pete's content would be the Pete Files, fine, but you can't use that as I wouldn't. Hello, hi. Oh, are you supervising? Is that what you've been doing? Have you been supervising? Have you been supervising? Oh, you've got a spider. Look at him, he's just done a full loaf. Where are his limbs, chat, you ask? I don't know. I don't know. I couldn't tell you where his limbs are. Well, that was... At least that time I was watching. Sometimes, with cats, you just learn to not ask questions. Good zoomies for 16. He does still get the good zoomies. He very much. Last time was even faster. Well, he can only move that fast once or twice. He doesn't want to give the game away. He's trying to lull me into a false sense of security with a lower top speed. That's the trick. I'm not going to play into it. How else to go chase spirits? Might as well time. That sounds about right. He does do that, yeah. The level 41 in crafting. Nice one, Nellis. Wow. 41, 28, 20, 11. I'm not even sure. Luther must be like getting close to 60 or something now by the time he's done these. By the time Luther's done this weekend, I'm going to be real like. He's going to be a lot further than I reckoned he was. Hello, Troytech. Every time you see a Henry West short, you think of me. It's like this post has been colonized. That sounds about right. Hello, are you back? Have you finished charging? Hello? Yes, outside? You want outside? Or do you just want the window open so that you can sit there like a melon? Yes, of course. Let me open the window in February so you can sit there and just look outside of it and have a clean, sit on the windowsill. Sure, that's not a problem at all, is it? Are you going to come in? Is that the plan? The window's open, but you want to come in? He's got two paws on each side of the window. He can't decide if he wants to go out or in. So he's deciding it by how cold I get before I close the window. Okay, there we go. You gonna let me close the window? Thank you. You're welcome. Right. Let's show them this. Here we go. Hi. Hello. Well, that's mostly my arm, isn't it? Just tighten up these arms. Hello. Hey. Yeah, who's a soft cat? Are those mouse pads? That's a mouse pad, that's a mouse pad, that's a heated like desk pad. So this is sorry, that's a mouse mat. This here is a mouse mat, but that's like it's like a heat pad, so it warms up to. It's probably it's warm to the touch slightly. It's not hot, but I can make it hot. But that's basically so that he has a nice warmed up pad to like sleep on. No, this is my desk. This is my desk. This one is the floor. That's the floor camera on my left, and this on this side. That is the desk camera on my right. Yeah, you're such a baby. You're gonna want to come and climb on the desk. I can. He's charging up to have a climb. I can tell already. Do that. Do this. Tighten that one up. We're ready. I should rig some of those buttons up to work off of my G keys. That would be helpful as well. Although B will find a way to press those. He wants to type. He's tried typing recently. He's getting good at it, but I don't really want him to get used to it. I'm going to be honest. Okay, what should I do in Dune that's not high stakes because he's going to want to come for a cuddle? Everything in Dune involves combat or risk of some kind, so I need to think about what I want to do. You enjoying watching the clan? Is that what you guys are enjoying? We can just switch to... I can just make that camera larger if you really want. Like, that's a whole thing. We can just do that. That better? Hang on. No, wait. This'll be better. Is this better, chat? This is what you all want. Peak content. Yeah, okay. It's a nice upgrade, right, Sabu? You're feeling good now. You've got that 15% speed buff. It makes a real difference. Look at him. He's such a bubby. Well, this is all the Dune content we really need, right? You can see the ornithopter. You know what's going on, roughly. You can see this. You can see the temperature. It might make someone a little bit motion sick, but I'm sure we can fix that. Do this. You just want to give him a color. I don't blame you. So do you understand the level of like self-restraint I have to not pick him up? Like I would like, he's just so like he's basically like a teddy bear. Like look at him. It's ridiculous. 16 quests to go. I think I'm just stacking explorations, already 51 in combat. I mean, Sabu, yeah, that sounds like a good plan. Sounds like a very good plan. If you're level 51 in combat, you'll probably be able to get to this, Sabu. This is an absolute must-have skill as far as I'm concerned. Increases amount of loot in loot containers has just been really nice so far. I really can only recommend it. It's very, very good. When loot, more loot is just a great spell. You're already here at 51, so yeah, you'll probably be able to make it to 40. If you're at 51 of this, you might be a little bit shy of 40, but probably, I reckon you could get to 40, especially if you've not gone to anything in the other trees. Oh my god, JB. What? About Iron Mouse being a super villain, she's literally Satan. How much villain do you expect? That's absolutely fair. No problem. I'm just saying, like, I would totally, if Iron Mouse is looking for volunteers, I would be fine with the uprising. I'm okay with that. As long as we can work on like a Chronos kaiju where I have a functional spine, then I'm in. I'm sold. Like, fine. Iron Mouse kaiju supremacy. Yeah, you won't be far off a 40 at the very least, Abu. Yeah. I forget how early on you get that flight boost. 22 is ridiculous. I was 20, yeah. See, that's ridiculously... It's too late, but also too early. If it's that good, it should be like the first one in the tree, so everyone can get it from a 1 dip. Or, if it's that good, it should be like a level 50 ability. Or like a level 45 ability or something. I mean, this game is just beautiful. Like, you can't... I know that we joke about the term sandbox, but it kind of is. And like, look at that. Just... He's so adorable. I now have to use my actual eyes to look for the fallen ships if I want them. I'm slightly offline from a section where I think there are a few of them, so let me go there and find out. Fairly sure there was a line that ran north of like 3 of them. It was like the first day on the Tuesday. We got onto the server and we flew north and there were like 3 wrecks, one after the other, like down in front of us, and we were like, Jesus, so they're trying to shell us. I think he's actually just fully gone to sleep, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think because he knows that Spare Human is doing something in the kitchen. He knows that I'm here. He's just happy settled. So I might actually be able to move my keyboard back. Or as soon as I move my keyboard back, that's when he'll strike. One of the two, we'll see. Yeah, he's just showing you one of his socks. God damn this game sometimes. I don't like it, I don't trust it, something's up. No trust. You see, no trust for the worm. First time you've seen that bug? What, just it not being able to be interacted with? I see that all the time. It's just a weird interaction angles. How are you, by the way, Demnar? It's good to see you. How is your weekend going? Hello, Winky. How are you doing, buddy? Happy Sunday to you. I know it's rare to see me on a Sunday. We had some stuff to do in Dune for the special weekend, and I figured, well, it's going to take a few hours. Why not go live for a few hours? And then we've accidentally been live for nearly 6 hours. So I'm flying the deep desert to look for fallen ships because I'm now a looting machine. You just finished your D&D session, so it's going very well. I'm really glad. I'm glad you're having fun doing D&D, bud. How are you, Winky? How's the recovery going, buddy? For those of you who don't already follow Winky, I'm going to tell you right now that you definitely should be. So let's do a good old shout out username Winky. Everyone, Winky is absolutely awesome. He also does gaming content, also does a bunch of really cool music stuff here on Twitch, has done some really cool fun events and arranged D&D December for us, So definitely go and drop Winky a follow. I really recommend it. Thank you, Skims. That's a beautiful image, courtesy of our very own. I'm glad you're doing much better. Good. Winky has the best chairs, and it's totally not a cult. Exactly. See, everyone's really kind of got the sales pitch down. I'm glad to hear that you're doing better, though, bud. It's you gotta stop breaking things and like getting into these kind of scrapes, because otherwise Evie's gonna like lock you in she's gonna lock you in some kind of dark room where she doesn't let you leave ever, and you're just gonna be like forced to stream, because at least that way you'll be safe. They put your chair in Resident Evil. That was kind of them. At least you can sit and watch in that too. Oh, actually, we've got a really great... Hang on, I've got something. Nella sent me something before the stream, actually. Winky, are you aware that you... Well, you probably are aware that you said this, because I know what you're like. You probably didn't care. Right, hang on, let's download that. Go to my Steam Deck. Stream Deck, even. Wrong one. Hang on, give me 1 second with the chat. This is I didn't get this set up before stream, even though I said I was going to, because I basically lied to Nellis. Paste. Sound. Download streaming stuff.
Everything was coming at me from every direction all at once, and I was like, there were dicks everywhere, I'm just fucking...
I think that was... How loud was that? Was that loud enough, or do you need to be a little bit louder? For those of you who didn't hear it the first time, it was this. It was...
Everything was coming at me from every direction all at once, and I was like, there were dicks everywhere, I'm just fucking...
A little bit louder, okay.
Everything was coming at me from every direction all at once, and I was like, there were dicks everywhere, I'm just fucking...
A little bit more? Okay.
Everything was coming at me from every direction all at once, and I was like, there were dicks everywhere, I'm just fucking...
Why does that... You're the one that said it, Winky. I'm just to be clear, you're the one that said that. I mean, no one made you say that. You said that. You said all of that. That's all your own words, Winky. You know what? You're right. Oh, God. It's honestly one of my favorite clips that I've been sent recently. I also don't want to know the context because, you know, why would you? There's nothing extra that you need in those sentences, honestly. Winky, never change. I love you the way you are. This is amazing. Thank you. I'm not sure B appreciates it so much because I'm giggling, but that was thank you for that one. That's a good job. I think I've also got the movement that you did during it as well. Yeah. You're gonna be lurking and dungeoning. I hate you, by Missy. I love you too, Winky. No, I'm glad you're doing better soon. I'm glad you're doing better, dude. And I'll message you soon about some D&D and some like game stuff because it'll be good to be doing some stuff. You're dungeoning. What dungeons are you doing? Which game? What game is Winky playing? Dungeoning. Are you playing World of Warcraft or Botanica? Oh. Balthasar says, please never drive. Fair. It's nothing personal, but I'm not sure that I would get into a car with Winky. I mean, then again, on one hand, we know that Winky survives the car accident. On the other hand, that Winky was in the car accident, even though it wasn't Winky's fault. I feel like we had to let Winky go on this one. I'm fine getting into a car with Winky, but also for some reason I still don't feel safe. Hello, to train 2 of 3. Well, Luther, at least I'm glad you're getting closer to home. You driven for 19 years? Winky, you can't say that anymore. It's not I've, as in I have. It's I had driven for 19 years and never got into an accident. No, I know that you're a very safe driver, Winky. I'm just winding you up. Don't worry. You've only done half of your journey. At least you're back in Germany. That is good. You've had your driving license for 31 years, 0 accidents. If you say that, that's when one will happen, though. Is Winky even legally allowed to talk about vehicles now? You know what? That's a good point. We need to ask the High Council of you know, of the internet. No, Winky's actually a very safe driver, don't worry. Yeah, Luther's like re-importing himself back into Germany from Eastern Europe. I say Eastern Europe. I think Luther was many, many miles away in the deepest, darkest Eastern Europe, in a place called Bragui. I'm in two minds. On one hand, like if with TwitchCon EU, like I always get the Eurostar there and back, right, and have to escort Thor in and out the country. But if I trust Thor to take himself home, which is a big if, I might head out to Lithuania to go visit Vicky while she's out there, because I'm already halfway into Europe. Like, I could just get a train from Rotterdam across to Berlin, and then one train across. I think it's one train from what I saw, all the way across to Lithuania, which is really doable. It would be really doable. It should be a long day, but like, it would be good fun. If, of course, I'm allowed into Europe at that point, because, you know, you never know with the British. Will be a fun road trip. It could be a fun road trip. True. Live in an area of the world with good public transit. Ah, yes, the power of railways. Yes, railways. Need to visit Harpy as well. Then I feel like I should just have like Kronos Con. I should throw it in like somewhere like Eastern Europe, or just have it in like a small woods somewhere, around a fire. Just the weirdest, like cult-like Chrono Convention. Convention. The drivers here in California really suck. In my accident, a car pulled out and I rolled your Jeep. Yeah, not enough. I mean, I'll be real. When I was in LA, I saw some real interesting drivers from when I was in an Uber and stuff. I'm like, I'm glad I'm not driving here. I'm okay without that. Are you proposing we do a mods road trip of Europe? Because I feel like that's not long. I've not got a huge amount of time to do that, but that could be kind of funny. Just going live from the back of a car for a few hours every day, just being like, hello chat, it's me and the mods here. You wouldn't bring American Moonshine to a gathering of cronies? That would be hilarious. Euro Trip 2. I think, wasn't the point of Euro Trip that it was Americans going over for Europe, and that's the point. I'm not sure we want to invite the Americans over here. I think we're good, thank you. Although I guess we're now outside of Europe, so it does also count. Luther's got a minibus license. Well, that's interesting and very specifically niche information. That's a stir. Big stretch. Okay. Okay, so we've got a boat. We've got someone with a boat license, someone with a minibus license. Does Winky need a special chair for transportation? No, Winky can walk. It's me who can't walk. Winky was just trying to be cool and fit in. Don't worry. You know, Thor was like, oh, you know, Cronus is doing, you know, he's having good fun with it. Maybe I should get a bad back. And then Winky was like, well, I don't want to feel left out, so I'm gonna, you know, have an accident and hurt myself too. I just apparently, chat, I'm a trendsetter. Hello, are you doing tippy taps? Is that what you're doing? Okay. Can you imagine knocking on Vicky's door and it's 4 6-foot dudes down there? I feel like it would be Kronos, what the fuck is going on? That's what the first thing would be. If you've seen Thor's reaction to when I put shulker boxes underneath his house in Minecraft that time, Kronos, it'll be the same kind of thing. Are you just not going to close? Okay, that's just not going to close. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't actually believe that we would make it to Lithuania. I think something would happen and we get distracted. That was fun. Go back to F1 and see if that's reset yet. It's definitely not. I don't think it's been enough time for it to have reset, to be honest. It would be really nice if I was to do a mods road trip for me to not have to be the responsible one, because when obviously I go overseas with Thor, I have to basically herd him so he doesn't get distracted by shiny objects and jangly keys. So I think it would be a really novel experience, to be honest. I'd probably be a right terror. You can be the responsible one, but you're not mod. You have 3 kids. You can. You wish. I was called ungovernable at an early age, which is something I wear as a badge of honor. Put a siege down there. I'm more scared of Sabu's wife than I am Sabu. I'm now in South Africa and I can be the responsible one. I'm not sure anyone's the responsible one in South Africa, I'm going to be honest, Demna. I know what your cities are like. I've seen District 9. I know what South Africa's like. You've just got aliens roaming around freely. Like, you can't do that. That's not okay. District 9, how dare?
You ignored me. Chronos uppies?
Used to go to South Africa every year before the big COVID-19. Have they changed how those look, or have I just changed my graphic settings too many times? Oh, cool. More loot. My sword has changed. Oh, it's because it's not got the skin on it, 'cause I'm using a different one now. Southeast. Anyone listen to the new Gorillaz album? I have not. The brights seem a bit brighter. That's because I'm using Vanish Oxyax. No, wait, that's... I can't remember which advert is. Is it Daz? Make your whites whiter than white? And is that what it was? The old washing machine advert? I feel like it might have been Daz. People who aren't British might have no idea what I'm talking about and think I'm actually having a mental breakdown. I've just become painfully aware of that. It's a bit like every single one of you will have in your country, there'll be an advert that everyone of a certain age will know. In the UK, we've got a few of these. Everyone knows that washing machines live longer with Calgon. Everyone knows 0800 00 1066. Everyone knows the Hastings Direct. You know, just a few of those. You think Tide had a similar ad campaign? I could believe it. Exactly, yeah, if you call 0800 00 1066, that is definitely my number, yeah. Just like the complaints inbox that I direct you guys to is definitely my real complaints inbox. And definitely not the BBC complaints box in Darlington. Which I imagine's had a bit of a spicy week. Failure to safeguard. The Empire carpet jingle in the US, I can't say I know. Maybe at some point I should get you guys to submit jingles from your country and we'll just do like a 1-hour session of just going through cool jingles from all of your childhood. I feel like I might have already looted this one, but I can't not check. Apparently not. I mean, the loot's not really worth much, but Oh, the ads are going to start in 19 seconds, chat. So I'm just going to hang around here and just quickly answer a couple of DMs. So bear with me. I might even eat a snack while I do it. I've got some of the snacky. I saw the cooking channel on Discord earlier. I've been kind of snacky ever since. Real problem. I do like the cooking channel on Discord, but sometimes it just makes you snacky, and I've been snacky for about 6.5 hours now. But this one, I can't loot again, apparently. Ads, chat. I like that B is staring at him. Glue fell, chat. With glue fall. I don't think B minded that much. He seems to be kind of happy. We're just we're not gonna bother anything. We're just gonna take a photo quickly because he's really adorable. Move on the side, take another one. Want to have a look at those after the stream? Could be DB, you know, material that. Wait, this one I can't loot either of them. This is interesting. Oh, okay, that's. That was rude. I have permission to be here from the docent. These are my cultural artifacts, honest. I got permission to be here. You guys didn't. Aha. My rock of defense. That one, and then this one. And then where's... Did I kill the other one? I did. Nice. Num 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 num. I'll take this loot. I worked hard for it, and therefore it's mine. See, that will be the problem in Windrose. If we can, like, because there's artifacts you can gather in Windrose too. Like, I'm gonna want those. Like, those are my artifacts in Windrose because they're pirates. They're, you know, considered hostile to humanity. I'm doing my duty in protecting them from the ravages of such wild humans. You know, lawlessness and ultimately disregard for the law can only weaken the preservation of these artifacts for future generations. And I think it's actually therefore my duty to gather them up and safeguard them for future generations. Even if they have to sit in my inventory for a short while, you know, a few short years before they can be catalogued properly, that so be it. As long as we'll know they'll be safe there, chat, and that's the important thing. See? And it's that's why the British Museum has like 7 million different artifacts and knows about like a third of them. Okay, is that in your way? So you're just going to move it with your face? Is that the plan? Okay. So how many people in chat are interested in or are, you know, interested in watching or playing Resident Evil 9? Thank you. Thank you for pushing that off. That's kind of you. Like, is everyone quite excited about Resident Evil 9 Requiem? Or is, you know, is it generally... You're down to watch after you beat it? You love it? Eh? Not your genre, not your theme, not really interested in it? Okay. I can imagine Winky loves it. Yeah, it's Winky's kind of game. Because Winky's fallen over and hurt himself so many times, chat, Winky needs some real extra stimulus to feel anything, so needs the fear and all the tension in Resident Evil just to feel the slightest shred of anything over all the damage. Oh, I'm kidding and you know it. Oh, that's a fallen ship. Winky, what is it that you enjoy about Resident Evil, may I ask? Is it the story, or do you enjoy the the gameplay style, or what is it, I may ask? No, my Discord is way better catalogued. You've always been a huge zombie fan? Fair. Okay, interesting. Interesting. I quite like some zombie media. Like, I was always a really big Left 4 Dead fan. I really enjoyed those, both the Left 4 Dead 1 and 2. Really enjoyed them. As a concept, zombies are reasonably interesting. But I think that for a while there, zombies were like really quite heavily overdone. So for a while, I did get a bit sick of zombies because it seemed like every single film was a zombie film. But I do appreciate that zombie films were a really good way of teaching, you know, particularly the American populace, but also just the worldwide populace about what do you actually do in the case of a civilization breakdown, like in a zombie apocalypse. And actually, like, some of the stuff that you do learn in some of those films are the basics, you know, of it actually being true, you know? Things like Walking Dead, you do learn about, you know, what the risks are and stuff. So there's actually a reasonable level of interesting stuff that you can get from those, even if it is obviously a completely fictional situation. And some are better than others. There is that as well. Don't eat unknown berries and fruits, chat. If you're ever in the wild in a situation like that, just don't. If you're anywhere inside of kind of like civilized land, which I'd be surprised if you weren't you know, there'd be a way to find a book about like edible flora and fauna. One of the things to find. Everything is edible, not everything isn't toxic. That's... I'm not sure everything is edible. But I know what you mean. This Dune looks quite fun. This game looks fun. You've ever actually seen gameplay of it? Oh, well, Latenko, if you've got any questions, feel free to ask. This is basically some of the end game, so I've got quite a heavily upgraded Ornithopter here. I have to be really honest with you, Latenko, there is a bit of a different experience that you will get. When you play this game, won't have a cat taking up half of your desk. That's not part of the game, just in case you didn't know. Other than that, this is obviously Dune Awakening's gameplay. Had to be clear. You know, I don't want to missell the game. I want to misrepresent it. That doesn't come with the game. No cat, no game. I'm sorry, Sindri. Maybe this just isn't for you. Okay, well, Latenko, then you're good. Then this actually might be your gameplay experience. This may actually be what you've been looking for. Dune is basically your normal survival crafter with a lot more story and a lot more of the lore of Arrakis and a lot more of the kind of nice bits of Dune that you wouldn't really get to see because they're not. The films obviously really focus on the high action bits or the really high drama, but actually, like, this lets you explore some of the storylines and get to know some of Dune in a bit of a better way. You've got quite good looting mechanics. You've got quite the new dungeons. The new end game is really good. You've easily got a good couple of 100 hours if you want to play it through it solo. My criticisms of the game are that sometimes when they release patches, you just don't want to play on patch day. For a minor patch, sometimes patch day can be a really bad move to play on because sometimes the patches can be problematic. That's just the way Funcom are. They always listen to their players. They always deliver things, but sometimes they do just seem to push things out too fast. It's become a bit of a meme now, so, you have to let the game cook a little bit. But if you're playing solo, or even if you're playing with a small group of players, you'll still get a good couple of 100 hours of gameplay out of the game easily. There's an awful lot of really good fun, enjoyable bits. You spent 500 hours in GTA Online to get a rusty tractor. You like grinding, it's relaxing. Then you probably would enjoy Dune Awakening. I'm going to be honest with you. There's a lot of really kind of great mechanics of gathering. You can spend as much time or as little time in it as possible. You know, we were at endgame by about... Endgame is relative. I would say I'd finished the endgame that was there at the time at about 500 hours. But that is finishing the endgame that was there. Now there's so much more endgame. They've added a huge amount to it that, like, we haven't even delved into the higher ranking dungeons. I think the highest ranked dungeon I've done is a grade 5, a tier 5. I've got... Have a look at this. My friends list is... Cinder, apparently you're just in the middle of my friends list. Good job. Cinder's invaded my Steam overlay. I've got 846 hours in the game in total. So... It's pretty good. Anyone interested in Crimson Desert? 100% yes, Jam Scott. I was lucky enough to potentially play a little bit of the game early at TwitchCon a couple of years ago, and very interested in how that looks. It's got some quite cool systems. The game felt really good then, so I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, Crimson Desert sounds quite interesting. Do you have a base, or is the copter your base? So we do have a base. I'll fly back to my base now. This is the area called the Deep Desert. This is kind of an end game area. This gets wiped every week on a Monday night into Tuesday morning. So you don't build long-term structures here, but there's a whole area of the map called Haga Basin where you start off and where you play through the early part of the story, you learn the game, you get to grips with everything. That is where your long-term base is. That's where you keep it is. Your birthday's the day before yours? Well, Sindri. Well. Happy birthday then. But the Thopter is very important, and you have multiple types of Ornithopter. You've got this kind, which is a scout kind. I've got this rigged up for speed. It goes quick. It's just got a booster on it. So when I activate the booster, we get up to about 245 kilometers an hour fairly easily for quite a while. I can close most people on the server in a straight line with this, unless they've got all the same skills and abilities. That's just an advantage of, you know, the exploration tree. But you've also got the Assault Thopters, which are larger. They can fit multiple people in. They can have storage and boosters, but they can also have rockets and boosters? Yeah, you can have rockets and boosters as well. So what level have you got in the specialization today? You managed to go from 0 to 30 in exploration, 28 in gathering. I have gotten to 47 in exploration and 45 in combat today. I'm really aiming for 50, because 50 means I've got another 5 inventory slots, which is great news. We'll have 50 inventory slots there, and imagine how powerful I will be. I'll be unstoppable. We'll have about 265 carry weight, and we'll have 50 slots. Right. Is the game set during one of the early books or even before them? So this is actually rather interestingly, I'm going to assume you've seen the recent films or use the recent films as an example. In the recent films, they focus on a guy called Paul Atreides. The whole premise of the films is that Paul was not meant to be born as a male. His mother, Jessica, goes to go against the religious order to which he belongs and their will, steering the galaxy or steering the universe, the Empire for generation after generation, try and breed a psychically active male. Paul Atreides, actually, who the main story focuses on, is one generation earlier than that. This Dune is actually focused on a spice dream that he is having, where he was born as Ariste, as the female that his mother was meant to be born. The knock-on effect of that meant that his mother didn't betray the Bene Gesserit order to which she belonged. It meant that she did correctly warn her husband of a betrayal. They survived. The 2 big houses in Dune went to war. We're now in the middle of this war of assassins on the ground of Arrakis, which is, Emperor sanctioned, and the 2 houses are fighting it out. So this is basically how things would have ended up had, one person made a different choice from what's going on in the film universe and the official universe now. So it's kind of like a side universe, kind of like a different timeline, effectively, but only with one minor change focused on the listener, being Paul, who's listening to the spy stream. Also, universe is set in the same timeline. I got the reason I like it a lot is that it lets them do some very cool things. Like, for example, inside of Dune, you have this weapon. This is the las gun. They are incredibly powerful, concentrated beams of light. But you also have this, which is the Holtzman shield. Well, that's why my character is covered in blue behind Bailey. The reason that you don't use those 2 together in the film universe is because if a las gun hits a Holtzman shield, the light reaction detonates like a nuclear explosion. In this universe, inside this timeline, what they've actually done is they've in order to preserve the fun and actually be able to use las guns and actually have that work inside the game, they've made it so that las guns have a safety. So if you fire a las gun at a shield, which I might be able to do, you'll see it basically cuts off. You can't see it, but on the right-hand side of my screen, it says emergency venting cannot fire. That is effectively how they've limited it. So they all have this basically like kind of fail-safe on them. So if they're pointed at a shield, they'll turn themselves off rather than detonate. So it's let the devs do some things for the purposes of them being fun rather than them being lore accurate, which I really like as well, because what works on film and TV won't always work, in a game. And I've really enjoyed how they've managed to do that. And yes, Winky, I've seen the video and stuff. I've know this one's gone around. Yeah, it's I think that's what brought me back to the song again when I saw that video. So it's been on the playlist for a while. So cool. I know. I like watching quite a lot of like how music is made videos. That's one of the things that I kind of quite enjoy. I don't really know why, because I don't make music myself. I have a basic understanding of how things like Audacity work, and how I could do a few things like that. I did that many years ago. But like, I just enjoy seeing kind of the source and the inspiration behind people who are being creative. It's really cool to see their environments and stuff. There's a lot of Mike and Chester from Linkin Park doing stuff back in the day where they filmed stuff. Let's do a Winky Teaches Chronos to make a song. We could do that. It could be good fun. I'll try not to be an awful pupil. You like the EPB? I think he's pretty happy there. That'd be fun. I think that would be very enjoyable. Do that after. That's one of my subathon goals, Winky. I need to speak to Evie about subathons. That's what I need to do. In fact, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do it now while I remember. Because Evie knows everything about subathons. Evie is the subathon expert. Wiki, I'll set that as a goal. I'll be down for that. I might have to survive one of the other goals. The game is PC only, I assume. Yes, Latenko, it is, although they are working on a console port. So one of the things they've been doing is, while they've been, you know, working on and improving lots of things in the game, it's all in mind with having the console port in the future being done, and that's something they are very focused and very kind of dedicated to doing. So yes, it's currently PC only, but it won't be PC only forever. Will it just be me playing the lizard sound clip to a beat? You know what? You'll have to wait and see, chat. You'll have to wait and see. When's the subathon? My birthday, the 20th of March. So I'll arrange it after that, once chat hits the goal. Is that heading towards me or away from me? I think it's a... I think it's going away from me. Hope PC players won't get bogged down by console-centric changes. Let's have the game in my trophy collection based on what I've seen so far. Well, dude, it's a great game. Like I said, I've got nearly a... Like, it's one of the few games that's gathered quite so much time from me. I'll be honest, half of the joy of the game, to me, weirdly, is just how much fun flying is in the game. How good flight feels. Like, moments like this when you're just gliding across the deep desert are really, really nice. I'm chasing the sandstorm down, but, you know, that's... We now fly faster than the sandstorm. Yes, that is a thing, by the way. I'm not too worried. I think that what's more likely is that, you know, the PC players are basically shaping what the console release will look like. I think all the lessons learned from Funcom on PC release are really being taken into consideration for console. That's the focus of all of it, you know, that's why they're working on PvE, then PvP. Should have 100% in GTA Online soonish, and you can see it's being next edition. Well, Latenko, if you're ever looking for a server to play on or to take part on, we run a network of 15 private servers rather than the public ones, because we moderate those. We have a little bit more say over kind of if anyone's getting involved in bad behavior or engaging in, shall we say, PvP practices which would be non-PvP focused. Oh, whoops, that's the wall. For example, at launch we had people who thought it was appropriate to use racial slurs when they couldn't win in PvP because they thought it made them more powerful. And I reset their account progress every 6 minutes. Until they quit. So if you're looking for a server, you're more than welcome to use !Dune Discord as well and join the community. You like cruel humor, but you just like stupidity. Like, exactly. It's my basic view is if you have to resort to, you know, abuse and harassment, you're not good enough at PvP, so you should probably just leave. Like, if the only form of PvP you can win is who can use the worst racial slur, that's not really a fight that I want to be involved in. Oh yeah, and that is one. That's a sandworm. That's the grandfather worm. That whole maw. That's the maw of the sandworm. We'll try I-9 out. I've cut I-9 off multiple times. Make sure you fly without rhythm. Exactly. I see no fallen ships in I-9. No strong today. I don't rule it out. We could still have a strong later. We're still within prime strong time. Oops, big spice blows. That's a medium over there, and that's a small. Ooh. Thank you very much, Latenko. Thank you very much for the 300 bits. You're about to do a GTA grind. Thank you for the conversation, all the info. Good luck with the game. No, thank you very much for being here, bud. Really appreciate the support. Thank you, dude. Have a lovely rest of your Sunday. Good luck in your GTA grind. I haven't played GTA since it was launched. I think that I feel like the culture of GTA Online has left me behind. I've boomed out. It's done. I'm too old for it now, chat. Back in my day, you used your Xbox 360. You plugged it in with a HDMI plug, and that's how it worked. What's that? Time for my medication. Oh no. Edith. Suddenly aged. That's probably how Matt Damon felt in Saving Private Ryan. Edith is a great name. There's a lady at my that was in the same, like, one of my grandparents lives in like a complex with elderly people where they have care available if they need to, but they have their own houses and stuff, which is kind of so they can still be independent. And she's got a neighbor who's called Edith, and she's apparently an absolute bingo fiend, which is hilarious. Just Edith there with her blue pen, just dot dot dot. What's that? You fat ladies. Just great. Rumors have it that GTA 6 base will be £100. £100. See, that's rough, Ace Doctor, because if it's £100, that's going to end up being something like $140, $130. That doesn't seem. I'm going to be honest with you. If anyone tries launching a game, even if it's GTA 6 at $130, like that's wild. I don't think the industry would react in a way that's positive for the game. I think that game would just get slaughtered on release to do that. I'm not. So I'm going to wait until I see what the actual price is going to be, because that doesn't sound right. I think that's a company committing suicide doing that. $130 for GTA. That's not. Yeah, like I said, until I see a source from the inside or I see them actually publish that price, I would not believe a price that high, even for GTA 6. Even for GTA 6. Yeah, like I said, $130 to $140. That's wild. It would be corporate suicide, exactly, yeah. If it's 132k games, we'll have huffed a few too many of its own parts. Wow. You're betting it'll be 80? I could see 80. I could see $80 being a thing. $85, probably a bit too high, but $80 I could see. $79.99 for GTA 6, I could see that. That wouldn't surprise me, but £100, yeah. Is it still only planned to be a console-only game, so it might already have problems due to the RAM shortages? I don't think we're going to know until it's released, until it's actually out. The way that the RAM issues are going to trickle down to the console market, I think will be really interesting, and I think that we're in for a really wild time with PCs. We are already seeing different RAM manufacturers coming out with more cost-efficient RAM than the big RAM companies are, because ultimately, you know, the big RAM companies have created their own shortage and therefore can drive their prices up. So we are seeing competitors already enter the market, particularly in the Asian markets. But, you know, only time will tell. So give it 6 months and see where PC prices are is my view on that. But I think the impact on the console market is going to be really interesting. When are we due the next big console release for like PlayStation and Xbox? Like they always do a generational release around the same time as each other. And when is the next one due? Does anyone know? I don't really keep an eye on it. I've not really ever been a console player of any kind, but it's just something I wonder. PS4 is hitting end of life this year, so I imagine a little bit of time still. Okay, a little bit of time. Luther says, Winky, are you still here? You stopped caring after the first Switch? The first Switch is still my favorite console, I think. Oh no, the PlayStation 2 Slim. Because that's... My favorite console now is still the Switch one. Yes, Luther, Winky is still here. Teaching making me get no, Luther, Winky was talking about teaching me to make a song. Would Winky be playing WoW? I can't believe it. I've never heard Winky playing WoW. I've never heard of Winky allegedly moving all the way to China just to play on the Fresh WoW servers, which was wild. That was a real commute for Winky, to and from work all the time, to and from China. It was really impressive. Hello, Sleepy Pants. Hi. Hello. Who's a good boy? Are you still waking up? Okay, yeah, you going down there? Okay. You're gonna go check, you're gonna go see what the other human is doing. Okay. Okay, we've got some good materials from that run, at the very least. And there's loads more waiting in the deep desert for me to bring back tomorrow when I do another spice run and dismantle it. We will, of course, be doing more Dune tomorrow. I also might do some Arc Raiders. I've been really enjoying just a couple like quiet solo runs. Just doing a few here and there. So we may also do a little bit of Arc tomorrow, chat. If anyone's interested after I do Dune. Big shout out again to Mighty Orange for donating one of these replica pulse swords of a higher tier so we can compare what they look like at different tiers, because 286 versus 152 is huge difference. You're definitely getting Arc Raids if it goes back on sale. I really enjoy it. I know there's been some problems with the game, you know, like with exploiting and stuff, but that's true of any game online these days. You know what, let's try the Atreides sword out now. I just don't enjoy it as much. It's just not as brutal looking as the slab of Harkonnen Enforcer metal. Like it's just a brutal sword. Arc Raiders, Demnar, that would be. Are you talking about Dino Doors? Oh, I haven't uploaded that yet. I've got that as a... Hang on. I've got a recording of one of the community members saying Dino Door Ra, and it's excellent. It's probably one of the best Dino Doors I've ever heard. I'm very impressed with it. Who? Or who could it be indeed? Who knows? You want to hear Bailey's internal monologue when I do the adorable baby talk? Fuck's sake, he's talking to me like I'm a child again. I'm 16 years old. I deserve better than this. All I want is chicken and for him to shut the fuck up. Is that too much to ask? That's what Bailey's internal monologue is like when I start talking baby talk to him. That's what I reckon. He puts up with it because, yeah, well, so you do put up with it, don't you? Yeah, you do. Yeah, okay, should I fix the cameras so that people can see you? Is that the plan? He's a good boy. You're a good boy. You're enjoying the butt scratches. Yeah. Yeah, you are. Good boy. What? That was a lot of bend. That was a lot of bending down. Okay. All the blood has rushed out of my head suddenly. And, there we go. Yeah, just needed a moment. You know when you stand up too quickly? It was like that. Your cat has the same fur pattern? What excellent taste, Wolfstride. Excellent taste. He's just a big stripy baby, that's what he is. Stripy, big stripy. You. Aren't you? He knows he is, yeah. He knows what's up. Okie dokie. What are we doing here? Sweet boy, aren't you? Do this, do that. You have naturally low blood pressure, so I need to sit for like a minute before getting up from bed, so you feel me? Yeah, that's wild. Her name is Lily, she's the queen of the house. She even sits prim proper like a Victorian woman, paws crossed. So when Bailey wants something, he puts his feet at like 45 degrees to each other and will just look up at you. And you can just kind of, he makes himself look extra round and everything. You know when he's begging from you, like it's a whole thing. He's really shameless about it. He like does not care at all. That you know what he's up to. That's not remotely relevant to his life or his problems. Yes, we can now easily fit 2 corpses at a time in our inventories. One day we will be able to take the most number of friends with us because we'll have the gathering perk as well, level 58. So for those of you who don't know, corpses currently are quite heavy in the game, right? They weigh 75. They are not light. Because of my buffs into the exploration tree, I can carry 2 corpses at once because I've got a lot more free space in my inventory. But there is a perk here in the gathering tree at level 58 where the corpse volume halves. Halves. You can take as double the number of bodies in your inventory. Double bodies, twice as many friends. I bet if you looked at my console channel, 25% will be about B. I'm fine with that. That sounds about right, given that he's the main streamer, Wig Diddly. I wonder if Thor could add the Thor worm into Dune. I feel like we could if we had access to that part, like the server assets. Because we only have access to like a couple of dashboards, we don't actually have that level of access, but it would be very funny to do. I would like to replace the worms with ferrets, though. I think that would be more fun as well. Just imagine, you know, you're just there in the deep desert and all of a sudden Beans just comes like lurching out of the sand. Just spraying sand everywhere. Diving down below the sand. There's just Beans. Why not? Sounds great, right? Why not? That would be the day you start your 3-day modeling arc. It would be, wouldn't it? I might unironically ask the Funcom devs how doable that would be. Because it would be so funny. They're minding your own business. The grandfather one comes up and it's just, you know, a gigantic ferret. No. Will it be cursed but in 3D? I think it would just be you could just do a 3D scan of a ferret yawning and get the inside scan of the mouth to make it work. Okay, chat, the ads are about to be here. I'm just going to run those early and quickly respond to a message. So I will be right back. Let me press this button. And we will go from there. So I will see you in a second. Get some water, stand up, stretch your legs, get yourself a snack. Look out for the Thor. I like how you can just about see B behind Thor. Welcome back after the ads, everyone. I will, there's a large cat here. I might just leave him. He's just so adorable. Look at him. He's just so cute. What's up, little guy? Yeah, you want to get up and do stuff, don't you? What's that you want to go? Oh, okay. Where do you want to go to? You really need a blue green screen corner? It's just not, it's not very easy, but I'm trying. Let's change the category to Bailey watching. There's still Dune. There's Dune around here. You can see Dune Awakening. That's fine. That's fine. If I did this, it's even better. You can even see more of, you know. I think because B wants a cuddle, that's what he's telling me he wants. I think, chat, we are going to end here. So what I'm going to do is we are going to raid out into the ferrets. I want to thank you all for being here today. I really appreciate all of you. You guys are awesome. Have a lovely rest of your weekend. Enjoy your Sunday evenings. Thank you so much for being here. Good to see you, Winky. Thank you very much for stopping by and lurking. Thank you all for being here for our impromptu Sunday stream. I'm going to go and cuddle with the cat and post the Daily Baileys and maybe think about some dinner because I've been thinking about food for a few hours now. It's quite rare for me. Thank you all so much for being here. I really appreciate you. And as a reminder, we are doing my subathon as promised on the 20th of March. So I hope to see you all then. Thank you all for being here, and I will see you tomorrow. Take it easy. Catch you later, YouTube.